he said, it takes the liberties with it, and they they make it into something that it isn't, and then they stamp it though with reality. It's along the same lines as like celestial navigation, longitude, latitude. Now we're getting to the back to the shape of the Earth, how it's been hijacked, and they're saying it's this and this, that, and that, but they're just taking from our realities and they've created it into something else. So like that's why they kind of comport sometimes. Like that's why it makes sense sometimes,
Well,
because it will make sense mathematically, because they took it from reality. Go ahead.
well, a couple years ago, 2 or 3 years, when I said, well, let me be a hobbyist quantum gravity researcher, and I downloaded a book for free, as I did 5,000 other times after that and before and whatever. Like starting around that time period though. And there's like 63 interviews with quantum gravity people. Half of them are string theorists. A quarter of them are loop quantum gravity. Only one of them is Alan Kahn. And Ed Witten is in there at the end with the shortest essay. And he says the reason that you should look at string theory is because when good ideas come along, like non-commutative geometry and like two other things that I forget, we incorporate them. But then when I look at Alan Kahn and I hear him,
he's throwing them out.
What's that?
How can you incorporate what's not real?
Yeah, Alan Kahn said, this is like paraphrase, but he said roughly something like this at the end of a nice lecture. Somebody said, why would you do all this complex stuff? Why wouldn't you just go for something like string theory? And he goes, well, if you think string theory is simple and this is complex, I don't know what to tell you. But he said, listen, we have this thing called the standard model Lagrangian, which does not fit on a t-shirt like 3 yards tall. But it's like a piece of the Bible. This is like a sacred text, and your job is to understand it, not make up a bunch of stuff. And string theory raises more questions than it answers. Why are there 11 dimensions? Why compactify on a Calabi-Yau manifold? I'm trying to repeat what he said. I don't understand this stuff because I'm not studying string theory.
Yeah.
So,
but along the lines of what D-Monk just asked, he said, why would they do that? Why would they put all that energy time into something that's just not reality?
What are you saying? The standard model of quantum field theory is not part of your reality? I thought we were agreeing that.
No. In regards to, you said that this guy said like string theory is good because then all these things are produced from it, and even though they aren't real, but it still puts us on a path.
Yeah. Well, no, confining it to string theory. Let me try to put you in the psychology of a string theorist as far as I can understand it. Right.
Okay.
Actually, my own psychology about to what value there is in string theory is, I'll tell you this: as much math as it is, the math that they're doing and the ways that they unify that math didn't look like a really different curriculum from if you had to learn non-commutative geometry. I mean, if I wanted to learn string theory, I probably learned a lot of, at least looked at over a lot of the math, even if I didn't understand it or do the exercises. And it took forever just to even look over what this even is. And I'm not done, but it looks really similar to like the math of string theory. There's at least that going for string theory.
String theory can't work.
I rule out string theory like everybody here, but so let me put you into this.
Yeah, no, but we got hold on, though. I didn't finish my sentence. String theory can't work with round stuff going around everything. String theory is a bang, a focal point spreading outward. That's what that was used for. And they were so ignorant they don't comprehend if shit starts going around in circles. Your string theory's fucking broke right there. Go ahead.
I don't even know enough string theory to confirm or disconfirm what you just said, so I have no idea. But the obvious psychology of the string theorist is this: you could buy a first-year textbook.
It's not doing nothing for you. What's string theory doing for you?
No, I'm telling you what it's doing for them. Let me put you right into their psychology. This is what it's like. They're like, there's some strong reasons to think that if you couldn't quantize gravity, then that's even more radical than if you can quantize gravity, because I could just find out which particle which slit the electron went through. And we no longer have all this quantum randomness because I can just use gravity to get around it. Not just in principle, like
Gravity's
in
not even
reality.
real. What the fuck are we even talking about here, man?
I just mean whatever force holds you to the earth at this point.
Your weight? The earth holds you to the earth.
Then we agree.
The dirt holds you up. And if the dirt moves, you fall.
So anyway, the reason that string theorists are enamored of this is because the first thing you learn is that if you go down this path, some of these strings automatically solve your quantum gravity problem. And that's it. That's the first thing you learn. There's no other approach that offers that.
Fucking guitar strings solve gravity problems. Are you okay? Do you know that was insisted a long time ago, and it's no different than a guitar string? You think we live along guitar strings?
You must have not been here for the last hour, because I'm not advocating for string theory. I think someone, maybe you, just asked me why are string theorists enamored of something that's not going to work.
I want to know what all that garbage has to do with reality.
I don't think it does.
Okay, so let's write books about it and keep reading about it and learn up on nothing. Unicorn stuff.
I'm not learning about it. I didn't even go through that first year textbook. I didn't even really open it.
Why are you talking about string theory?
Then why did you ask?
No, you were talking about it. That's why I asked.
Listen, I'm just trying to agree with
about string theory and all the other stuff. What do you mean? Listen, quit acting like you weren't talking about string theory and the other stuff.
All the other stuff?
Listen, Demarc's right. Like, you're the one who does keep on bringing up string theory over and over and over again. You've been talking about it on and off for the last hour and a half. No, nobody, like, it really is, all of it is non sequitur to the conversation, because none of us believe in it, and according to you, you don't either. So the question is why do we keep talking about it?
Well, I thought people wanted to move all the string theorists into some other field.
Brother, if it doesn't exist, what do you keep bringing it up for? That's like saying, let's do something to Papa Smurf. Let's go hunt him down. You're going to go hunt down Papa Smurf to tell us about Papa Smurf not being real? No, you would just sit down and be quiet.
The thing about the string theory, just to kind of wrap it up, it's just...
Demlock is clearly holding a Bible or a Quran behind his back.
No, and look, Apocryphon, no, we don't need to wrap up the string theory. In fact, sometimes Demok, sometimes I'm like, what? But no, like, sometimes I love it. The Papa Smurf thing was perfect. Like, everybody just needs to freaking ignore that whole fucking conversation, because none of us here think it has any validity. We don't need to, like, freaking summarize the last hour of talking about it.
Yeah. I just want to say the point of it is it's not science at all. It's not even real. It's not testable.
What is it? All of theoretical physics, you mean?
Well, that goes back. That goes back to all the other stuff. So, like, let's put it this way: like, how would you justify something to be validated if it can't be validated? And then if it can't be validated, then how can you believe it to be true without that validation?
I think there's plenty of proposed experiments that could be carried out within our lifetime to validate the kinds of things that I'm thinking and talking about.
Well, there's certain things that we already talked about that we just said we're not going to talk about anymore, that you can't do an experiment for. That's why it came and went, because there was no way to verify
Stop saying it if you're the one bringing up string theory again. Stop bringing up string theory.
Okay, so with that being said, when we say it, think of it as things like it that aren't you cannot validate them. There's no experiments to a lot of the stuff in theoretical physics.
Yeah,
Right.
all theoretical physics, all of it.
Right.
Not all of it. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, all of it. Go get me some space. Hand me some space in an envelope, or hand me some time in an envelope. And I don't want a clock either.
You know, Maxwell's equations were theoretical physics at
No, I
one
never
point.
met the guy. Could care less.
The mechanics of Newton was theoretical.
Talking to writing Dr. Seuss books, Maxwell Seuss.
Newton and Leibniz, that's all trash.
Yeah, Newton Seuss was good, but we don't like redfish, relative fish.
Redfish, bluefish. Nice.
No, he said relative.
Redfish, relative fish. Bluefish, quantum string theory, gravity fish. On a ball spinning around. Come on, man. So what part about cornbread cartoon stuff that you can't touch do you believe now? The gentleman with the gizmo.
I don't know. Is this supposed to be amusing?
Yeah, I'm saying, what do you believe? What can you touch that you believe that's all that garbage you just were spewing? But all the stuff that's usable, like time and space and gravity and strings
I think
and
that
relativity and quantum. Where do you use that stuff at? You build your house with quantum. You build your house with quantum physics. You build it with relativity. You build it with space and time. No, you couldn't
build
even do
unbreakable
that.
cryptography with quantum physics.
Brother, don't
you build
care
checkout
about
standards with quantum
what
physics.
can you use? How can you do something with space?
Do you like to check out the grocery store?
Well, it's just math, Demok. I love the red shift, blue shift way that you just said it. Like, yeah, you just it's math. One shift, two shift, red shift, blue shift. Yep.
Well, because if you didn't have those, you have a recipe for a perpetual motion device.
You don't, brother. Shut up. Every fucking thing you're looking at is perpetual motion. When's the sun stop? When's the wind stop? When's water stop? What are you talking about, dude? When do the stars stop?
I tell you,
where was there not perpetual motion at?
It cuts out when you run out of money. That's the difference. Any users of electricity in here? Theoretical physics once.
Well, there is a difference, though, when there's physics with a theory, right? And then you could test it, though, and then you can prove it to be true, and it is something in our reality. There's a difference that we're talking about. We're not talking about that theoretical physics. We're talking about the theoretical physics that
he's incorrect about calling it theoretical physics, by the way. Like with electricity, we live in an electrical world. We experience and have observed electricity for all of our existence, with lightning and eels that anything that can shock you, static electricity. We had an observation, and it was something tangible that we could experiment on.
Right.
That's not theoretical physics.
Right. Like maybe
just because somebody came up with a theory as to what was causing it doesn't make it theoretical physics.
Right. You might be just mislabeling it or trying to account because there's formulas involved. But as we're saying, like there is
to me this is the difference between
Go ahead.
This is the difference to me between we'll never have robots, and it's like, well, if you define a robot as just like whatever doesn't work yet, we have all these like washing machines and vacuums, and we have other like automated appliances that are electromechanical, and you don't consider that a robot, I guess, because we already have it, and you're like, where are all the robots? But in the future, when we have what we call a robot, you'll say, well, that's not what I mean. I meant like something that could think and talk on its own and had feelings or something. So the goalpost is being moved because Maxwell's equations were absolutely theoretical physics. Like, this quantum stuff is very real. It has actual, like, practical applications. The whole world is quantum.
But again, though, there's a difference because there's an actual experiment that can be done that they actually did. And yes, they were theorizing and they created something to test that theory. We're speaking in regards to the part of theoretical physics to where you can't test it. No one's testing it. There's no contraption that you can create or build
Falsifiability.
to do so. Right, exactly.
Falsifiability.
But you need a good idea before you can have something falsifiable, right? Because you don't even know what can and can't be falsified.
What's a good idea if it's not real? What does the idea matter if it has no bearing on reality? What the fuck are you talking about?
It wouldn't matter, but that's the whole point of a good idea, is to find something that you can verify in the real world. That's what theoretical.
No. The point of science is to not keep saying maybe something that's not happening could happen one day in our life that I'm stupid about. The point of science is to say this is what happens, and let's try to manipulate the cause and the variable of it. You're not supposed to say a whole bunch of fucking what ifs, and that's supposed to lead science when nobody can do none of those forever. That didn't make any sense. That's never made any fucking sense how science is done today. How you just make shit up.
Well, who are these people doing that? Is it Alan Turak? Is it Oppenheim?
You and all of them. Every one of them. Every fucking one of them who ain't got no tangible balls doing shit with them. Every one of those lying losers who are a glober who ain't got no fucking lab with a fucking globe model in it working to show them their little gay ass string theory and stuff.
I mean, if you want an experiment for the globe, just go to Chile and try to get to Australia.
Yeah, what's that gonna do? That's where they got the globes at. That's where they hide them. The balls in the lab. Brother, all your science is based on balls doing shit that nobody's got none doing none. So shut the hell up about theories that are supposed to be working that are good. They're jank. They're garbage. How can something be good when it's not working? The fuck?
Actually, I think
my theory on my radio works real not good. It's not picking anything up. It's not doing anything. It's not sending out any frequencies. This is a real good theory for a radio, isn't it? No, it's not. It's not working.
So you don't see any value in, let's say,
no.
Okay, well then there you go. There it is. You don't see value.
Where do you see value in doing nothing with no physical reality? Where do you see value in no physics? Yeah, that's how much sense you make.
You're doing no physics.
No, you're not. No, where are you doing string theory physics at? Show me it.
I'm not a string theorist.
Where are you doing Lagrangian physics? Where are you doing orbits?
Actually, the Lagrangian's been replaced by Alan Kohn with the.
Where are you doing it at? No, brother, these are all goofy ass fucking ideas.
Lagrangian's not the right way to do physics of each other, and nobody knows it, and especially not you.
99% of these ideas are the fucking exact opposite of each other, but you're trying to lump them all in a bowl like spaghetti and say they all work good. Like 57 different gravities and buoyancy and density. You can't even demonstrate gravity doing what the fuck you think gravity does.
Just look up at the sky.
Look up at the air. I don't see no spheres of gas, brother. Sorry, you lose.
Yeah, you see a magic light show from the Bible or Quran you have behind your back.
I'm looking for gas spheres like you believe in. Spheres of gas and vacuums. When I look, you lose me one of those, I'll be on side with you.
Yeah, you fill a bag of gas like you fill your mouth every day, and you
go to the lab.
Look at the tower at Harvard, and you find redfish, and there's your gravity.
No, you don't. It fills its own space. Stupid. Gas is supposed to hold a shape on its own. You don't need a container, do you? Time and space is your container. What, you run out of time and space all of a sudden?
Well, how's it all going to be helium?
Let me guess, you're not rubbing your hand in time or space, are you? What do you mean? Who's talking about helium, motherfucker? I said I want you to make a spherical gas. You can use oxygen.
It's not a sphere, it's a long tube, so you can do a fucking experiment, you idiot.
Brother, are you on a planet that's surrounded by gas? Sphere? A sphere planet? Is that what you believe or not?
It's just the wrong gas for the experiment, moron.
So what? So now we need magic gas?
If you think helium is magic, then whatever
Brother, I
century you
haven't
want to
seen
live
you
in.
make a sphere of gas anywhere yet with no gas. I'll be waiting for you to get the one you can use to do that.
You've already
You're
got a bag
stupid.
of gas right with you.
Yeah, no, I said without a dude, are you dumb? Your gas is not being held in a bag. Are you calling gravity a bag?
I'm very
Is
dumb for
gravity a
being
plastic
here.
bag?
Whenever you're here, I'm dumb for being here. Is that the lesson?
No, whenever you're here, you don't make any fucking sense. You just called gravity a bag.
Well, if I see you light up, I won't make a sound. You have the floor.
Well, if I see you not demonstrate anything, I won't make a sound. I'm just saying, how do we demonstrate quantum physics? You can't. You don't even know what the hell it is. And it might be speculation Sunday, but let's speculate on outer quantum. How do we string theory balls around each other? How do we do that? You got supposed light speeds, string theories, fucking all these equations, all these man-made laws. Bullshit.
I keep bringing up string theory, huh? You fucking lying goons.
I'm waiting for you to show it to us because you bring it up so much. I want you to demonstrate what that is, or whatever you bring up. I would like you to demonstrate whatever you're going to make up from these guys that are so
You
smart.
don't want to hear whatever I'm going to bring up, because if I say, would you like me to bring it up, you overtalk me. You're trash. You're a fucking liar. You're a piece of shit.
Whatever preacher you pick of whatever religion you like, go ahead and demonstrate.
Your God is a false God. Jesus
My
is
God's
fake.
not a string theory book.
Muhammad is
My God's
fake.
not gravity. Your God's
Moses
gravity.
is fake.
Your God's a gravity bag holder. God bag. You got God in a bag. That crazy. You drop stuff and say it's free fall, and then you drop it and say it's gravity. Isn't that fucking weird? Look, I got a toy airplane with ants in it. They're free falling while they're dropping and crashing to the ground. That's 0G.
I must be all inside jokes.
No, it must be dropping airplanes that aren't 0G because they're falling and hitting the fucking ground. So is everybody in it.
What are you trying to have 9/11 hour? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I'm trying to see where stuff starts floating and has 0G. Where it's not falling down. Where's that at? In the parabolic flight. Where's the stuff not falling?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know you don't. That's because gravity doesn't exist.
Great. That's a great story.
Do you know anything?
I know gravity's not a fundamental force.
Do you know how spheres roll around each other in a lab or seasons work on 3 balls? Can you demonstrate 2-ball seasons? Sun ball, earth ball.
When's the last time you learned something?
The last time you demonstrated it in the lab? By the same time you learned something, when you got to touch stuff. You got to touch stuff to learn, to have knowledge. That's usually firsthand.
Look, I could stand to learn something about experimental physics from a great like yourself.
No, everything else is if it's not firsthand knowledge and you don't have any experience of it, then it's like
well, give me some tips on how to replicate your firsthand experiences.
Well, no, I'm going to give you a tip right now. Stop believing Bob said science without being able to demonstrate it.
Like what, for instance?
Stop believing any science. Don't believe any Five Guys science. Throw away all your science books.
Like what?
Throw away
Like
all
what
your
the
chemistry
fuck are you
books. All
talking
that's
about?
fake. It's all fake.
And what
brother.
is this in regards to?
The chemistry books are fake. Go get 2 gases and make me water. I don't want you using electricity. I don't want you using heat, bitch. I want 2 gases making water. And sorry about the bitch, but it's just weird.
No, I prefer electrolysis. It's easier. You'd be a moron not to use it.
So you're going to use electric. So it's electric that you're using to make gas. So gas is electric.
Look, this is the easy way to do it. You'd be a
Gas
moron
is
not to.
electricity, correct? I think you're missing the fucking point here, brother. Electricity is gas. Gas is electricity. If you manipulate electricity, you're manipulating gas.
Can you demonstrate that in the lab so I'll fucking learn anything from you?
That's all you can demonstrate.
That I can't
All
learn
you can
anything from
demonstrate is that
you?
you're in a field of energy. Didn't all your buddies and gurus tell you you can't create or destroy energy? So what
That's
else
not
would
really,
you be breathing?
it's not
How'd you
necessarily
destroy
true
it?
in my
How'd you
understanding
destroy
of
the energy
cosmology.
around you? When did you destroy all the energy around you? Tell me how you do that.
I don't believe.
So you don't know how to destroy the energy.
I don't believe cosmologists think that energy.
Brother, we don't care what you believe. Do you know how? Do you know? We want to know what you know.
I know that you're about to explain to me how energy is conserved in the cosmic scale.
I'm just telling you how it goes. It fluctuates, high to low, hot to cold.
And the way I know it is because I sit here patiently listening to you constantly teach me things.
Well, when you breathe in, you're exerting electrical continuity. You're not breaking down air bubbles in your blood. That was all a lie. 2 gases don't make water. Hot and cold do. Electrical differential. Charge up, offset. Build up, dispel. The dispelling rate is the rate of like the temperature change of cold. It's like an air pump. Turn on the air pump. The longer the hose you got, the more hot it gets. The heat radiates through the air pump, through the plastic.
We're
And then
basically describing the laws of thermodynamics, right?
yes, and then when it comes out at the end, it's really cold because that's the rate of dispersion. That the rate of dispersion is greater than the rate of potential buildup, and when it releases, it's like fucking super cold, and that's what causes that differential: high to low, hot to cold, positive. I think I'm just describing how electricity works because you got to plug that motherfucker in the first place, right? So the only way they're getting air is by plugging stuff in, apparently. And the only way they can mess with it or manipulate it is with electricity, a battery, salt, or chemical electrolysis. But go ahead. I think I could be describing just, I'm just describing reality that I see it. You know what I mean? Just whatever I can see in reality, you guys. I'm not trying to describe anything that you would have to like magically imagine that couldn't be true. So, like, I think everything's an EBE, an electrical biological entity. And if we can't get rid of this set energy and everything is potential, like the air, the water, that's what we convert to energy, right? So the conversion thing is what everything's doing. So when you say I'm breathing in air, you're not really breathing in air. You're just converting the air to electrical charge. You breathe it in, push it out. You got current, like static off a carpet. That's all that is. And your heart and everything works off it. And if I fall out right now on the street and an ambulance comes, most of the time they're going to shock me. They're like, clear, give you a little bit of electricity. My only point is these dudes keep telling me they can get all this shit and do all this shit with 2 gases and this and this and this in a vacuum with no electric. But then every time I ask them to produce me a gas or something, go give me one, they say, let me get the 9-volt battery out, Demont. That's how stupid you are. I said, hold on a minute. That's what I'm trying to say. You need the 9-volt battery.
Fucking crack me up, dude. Like the way that you put things is just. I understand why some Globers. It's hard to follow you, until you listen to you, for a while. But like,
Right.
I get a kick out of it, man. It's pretty funny most of the time.
It's what I see, man. So if me and you were the only scientists on Earth and we had to look and say some shit, this is what I would be saying. Okay.
Pull out a 9-volt battery. If I fall in the street, they hit me with some electricity. Like clear.
That's right.
It's funny shit, man.
Hey, my mom gave me the umbilical cord. That was my That was my first jump starter, my remote. I'm just saying, brother, that's just how I see it. Just saying, like if this is all potential and energy, and we get energy from water, we get it from air, they're getting it from the sun, they get it from fire, they get it from the chemicals meeting and touching, and that's all energy. Then what are we really breathing in? Why wouldn't it be safe to say that we're just breathing fucking energy in? I wouldn't see no harm, no foul in that. I think they try to separate stuff too much anyway. Magnetism, this, that, this. If it's magnetic, it doesn't matter if it's diamagnetic or magnetic. You just put that, that just means that's what type of magnetic it is. Still being magnetic. You didn't eliminate magnetism. It didn't,
Well, yeah, and then magnetism again. It's follows. It's all the same laws of electromagnetism. Like it's again
correct.
electricity, really, that's going on there.
Right. It's all the action and reaction of whatever you do to this shit, whatever you put in a container, however you try to control it or convert it, or whatever amount of wire you use is the amount that it can carry without burnt. Like, it all goes along. The ratio thing is true, but like crazy Fibonacci sequence and all this shit, I don't know. But stuff being forced to a certain amount, either higher or lower, that's just what happens. The frequency things are cool, but I've only seen 2D ones. I've only seen the flat frequencies, like when you sprinkle stuff on a drum. I haven't seen them make that a 3D frequency yet, like a sphere.
Huh. Okay, you're talking about like where in probably middle school you took iron shavings and then looked at the magnetic lines of flux and stuff like that, like with magnetism or with
That
frequency.
and when you beat on a speaker and you have the sand on it, they
Yeah,
show
yeah,
you.
yeah,
Yeah, it's always
yeah.
2D, brother. It's never
Right.
really.
To maybe conceptual or see that three dimensionally. I'm wondering if you could use. I mean, I guess it would have to be.
It
You're
would
talking about
cover itself
with
up.
magnetism. You might be able to, kind of like with a balloon and static electricity, and then putting like a magnet like in the center of the balloon or something like that. You might be able to get things to kind of do that
Right,
pattern
right.
three dimensionally. Something like that.
Yeah,
I'm
like
picturing
with sound, maybe.
with sound. Yeah, I don't know how you do it with sound.
Well, you can get 3D balls of water with sound that'll hold like the little balls of water in place.
Yeah, and then I suppose you could use something else that would be easily attracted through like the static.
Right, you have
Again,
to get.
kind of like with a balloon, and but it would also have to be able to move freely around the balloon, like for the because of the frequency. So
I wonder
you
if
got
sound.
yeah you got two different forces at play there, and one would kind of overtake the other one. I would think. I don't know how you would do that, but it's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, I was always thinking, how can we get sand particles to do it to get up and dance in a spherical frequency of that toroidal pattern they say the magnet does?
Maybe, and I don't know enough about this stuff, but kind of like what Witsit talks about, like using like a Van de Graaff generator, and um, he was saying like basically he talks about like reversing the polarity of the thing and being able to kind of get things to levitate, smaller things.
Switch the
Um,
idea of ground, reverse ground from below to up.
right.
In a way, yeah. I mean, that's the simplest way I can think about
Yeah,
it.
you'd have to kind of suspend it in free space there, and then allow the frequency to do its thing to it. Again, I don't know, but then I think you still have two different forces at play there, and one would have to overwhelm the other.
Yeah, it reminds me of lotto balls going crazy. Yeah, today we're gonna pick the number 2 pick, Bobby. Okay, you look on the TV and they got that ball, and the numbers are going, and one pops up to the top.
I mean, I think the demonstration that we do in like with the iron shavings and magnets, or like the drum, like you said, I think those are a pretty good demonstration, and it's easy to then mentally conceptualize like what it would look like 3-dimensionally. But I see what you're saying. Like, you want to actually see it happening physically in front of you.
Hey guys. Question is, how flat is the Earth? How many degrees of curvature are we talking? Is it completely pancake flat, or is it slightly curved?
No
Well,
curvature.
zero, and it's not completely flat. Definitely not, but it's
Well,
it's
there's
flat.
it's a kind of like when you zoom in on when you go down to a smaller scale. Your table overall is flat, but when you get really close in, there's
Yeah, like dots and stuff.
low points and high points and low points, like in the grain of the wood.
Obviously, yeah, that makes sense.
But overall, it's flat.
Okay.
That's good to know. How did you get into the dairy? Lunatic. Like
Get into the what?
Like the theory of the
How do you
feather.
become
theory.
enlightened?
Yeah.
Become enlightened? No, just by taking interest in it. I mean, it was something that, for me, I guess, back when I started looking into it, it was because I was looking into other off kind of
I
non-mainstream things, and then the algorithm sort of started trying to push these videos and things towards me, and I was like, what the fuck, flat earth? Like, why does this keep popping up? And eventually
It
over
seems so
time
crazy when you first start looking into it, but like you properly look into it, and then it's obviously correct.
you start looking into it, and if you give it an honest shake and hear it out, then there's a lot of truth. There's a lot of things that ring true, and it kind of piques your curiosity, and you look into it farther.
Yeah, I see.
What was the one piece of proof that really changed your mind?
Long distance observations, things that beat the expected rate of curvature that you would have if you did live on a globe. We essentially we see farther than what the globe math would predict. We see not just by a little bit, by like magnitudes. We're able to like if you lived on a globe of a specific size. In this case, they say it's got a radius of 3,959 miles. There's
crazy numbers.
There's exactly. There's a physical shape to it, and at a certain distance, you wouldn't be able to see any farther. You'd always have that cutoff there. But we're able to destroy that pretty much every time we go out and look for it.
Mm. Mm. Agreed, true. For me, it was like, if we're genuinely spinning, the fact that there's zero G-force, even if there was something of the gravity going against it, there will be some G-force for acting on us.
We're
Right?
talking about like centrifugal force.
Exactly, yeah. Even if there was gravity counteracting that, the fact that there's no centrifugal force of, like, forcing us in any direction.
Right. Yeah, we don't experience any motion or curvature. So that's kind of like where we start from. Now that doesn't mean that it's not there, but if somebody's going to claim that it is, they need to have supporting evidence to prove so. And really there's nothing that can be shown to us
It's
that demonstrates any curvature or any motion of the earth.
Agreed.
it's
Agreed.
the dream world. In the dream world, you could be running while you're sitting still. You could be flying while you're not. You can be big while you're little. In the dream world, you can be relative and have string theory. You can have balls spinning around and Lagrange points and stuff going to the center, but staying right there, but moving around it at a certain distance. And in a dream, you can have a helium balloon being up by gravity and then down by gravity. Another thing. In a dream, you can have free falling stuff and say that's zero G, but then falling stuff is gravity. But go ahead.
If you're new to Demok, he might be a little bit hard to follow at first, but he's got good shit to
No,
say.
it's very clear. Yeah.
Yeah, but this makes a lot of sense if you believe in like Asgard and Midgard and Vineham. You know, in the three worlds of the theory of Asgard, Swedish and the Nordic mythology. In there, the world was also flat.
It's an interesting theory.
Yes.
Pretty much in pretty much all cosmologies, like historically, like in Hebrew cosmology and biblical cosmology, in the North, like you said, North, in Chinese, like what they believed in, like everybody understood the Earth as being flat. They're
It's crazy how you've literally regressed from that point. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's sad. Who just left?
Yeah. What do you think about the Midgard serpent? Do you believe in that? Robin, I think you do.
Yeah.
Like the serpent that goes around the whole world.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like,
And you can.
circle the world.
No one has
if
ever
it's
seen
not for
it, but
him,
it's
who else is encircling the world? Something has to be.
exactly.
Or is that like
you could also see it in the.
Is that like the Quetzalcoatl thing or serpent? Or is that...
There's a lot of proof for the flat world, like the visual precision, like you said, and water surface and flight paths even. Like So.
No, I first saw the serpent first revealed himself to me when I first smoked crack. It was a big moment. I managed to see for the first time truly past my eyes. I mean, it's scary almost. Everything you've ever learned being whipped away the second you pick up the crack pipe.
Yeah. I thought first when I tried acid. Really eye-opening. Just a symbolism.
All right, it's getting too late in the morning. I got to go wake my daughter up and shake her out of bed. I'll be back later.
Have a good day, man.
Yep, you too.
What do they guard? Mid guard, is that like a mid garden or a mid guard like combat?
You guys, one question for flat earthers. Can ask. Damn, nobody's talking, man.
Quantum foam. What up, APOC? You see the bubbles build up? Like soap?
Yo, my bad, D-Mock. Were you talking to me?
Yes. Hey, what up? How you doing?
What up, man? Sorry about that. I actually, that was weird. I dozed off with like my speakerphone on, listening to the station, and like I heard APOC, and I woke up. Like it woke me up.
I said, what up, APOC? And you're like, huh? Hello? What? Time for
Yeah,
school?
like I woke, I woke up to that, bro. Like that's
I
like my
said,
subconscious knew, like it, like hey, they're calling you. Wake up.
that's great.
What's up, man? How you been?
All right. Just pouring up this soap and just thinking about suds build up and how they said it's quantum foam and stuff like that. Like, and I was thinking, how do they get those little bubbles, those little soap bubbles? What really makes those other than the current that you're putting in from the moving water into another object, and then it pops up as a bubble?
Mm-hmm. True.
Yeah, so it seems like the bubbles are made from the electrical continuity. Same way, you know. Once you got something flowing into another thing, the thing forced up will be bubbles out of it. Just little portions of potential being trapped in the soap or water until it's released.
Mm-hmm.
And what would you guard? What would an Asgard or a Midgard? I mean, that's a lot of guards going on there. That's two guards right there. What you know, like what are all guarding? Guardian of death, God. God stands for the guardian of death, or you know, the guardian. Like, so what are they guarding? What are they guardian? What are they? What's there? What would be a reason to hide or guard something?
Mm-hmm.
Stargate's funny too. They make you think it's some crazy, powerful portal thing. You gotta go through this liquid energy and you pop up somewhere else. Well, when you go to energy and water, you pop up in an air bubble. So you're not going to no other universe. Is that air bubble another universe? Yeah, that's just weird. So really all you'd have to do is just have an opening. Like here's a cave. That would be a Stargate. Because it'd just be a cave opening to somewhere else. It ain't here. I mean, it's here, but it's just somewhere else different than like exactly where you're at right now. Going down in a cave would be a little different than where you're standing. Or if you went to a cold area or did some shit like that. You went through a cold gate, and opened it up, and then just be cold wall. You make it through there, and it's be a different in a big block of ice or on the other side of one. I mean, and then I think, well, we got to be extremophiles if we can live in the desert and in the cold and like the Death Valley and Antarctica and the Arctic. We are extremophiles. We go everywhere and anywhere. If we can go to space, like where'd he go? I didn't say. I said we could speculate. I just wanted to find out what he knew about the quantum shit that he loves. I find it weird in the Bible that they had some angels sent to a place, and then some dudes was going to rape the angels. How are the dudes stronger than the angels? They're like, come here, angel, get over here. And the angel's like, no, stop.
Oh, old dude found a good video. I think this other video's title makes it sound like the standard model is debunked, but they just mean the standard model of cosmology. What up?
What's your favorite man-made theory or law? Yes, love.
Something wrong with your mic. It's probably the person at the other end of it. It's probably me.
Oh,
I'm probably the problem.
they like reality. It's okay.
Well, really, what was your question?
But it is Speculation Sunday, so go ahead.
No, I was just saying that the standard model of cosmology and debunking that is not the same as debunking the standard model of quantum field theory.
Sometimes I forget it's Speculation Sunday. Can you make air bubbles without electrical or kinetic energy? That's kinematic, kinetic, static, like.
There really is just something wrong with your mic. It's really bad lately.
What's your favorite non-provable man-made theory or law? What's the cause of cause?
I don't know what you're saying. I'm watching this video where this guy says dark matter is disproven to 5 sigma.
I vote 77 sigma. That means gravity's not real by the same amount. Because black holes are what they need for Einstein or Newton, right?
Oh, we have some nice pictures of black holes now.
pictures, like photos. You should post the raw image of the best one that you've got in the side chat, Gizmo.
A raw images of a black hole is in the side chat.
Yeah, can you post like your best raw image of a black hole in the side chat by any chance?
Yeah, I don't have any expertise in how raw we're going to ultimately conclude it is, but I'll post it.
It's probably not going to be very raw though. But let's see. Need to have a look.
Yeah, I'm still looking. I just didn't realize I disconnected.
Yeah, no, that's all good, man. No rush. I just think it would be interesting to see what the raw image looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I may have been mistaken, and I may have been looking at a sim and thinking, "Wow, this raw image looks so much like the sim." That could have happened. I'm still looking.
Yeah, because I know that like even when like professional astronomers like they'll take a picture of planet or something like that and they'll release it. They'll say, "Oh, I took this picture through my blah 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 telescope." But then when you actually look into how they created that picture, like they like overlay like hundreds and hundreds of images and keep tweaking it and tweaking it until they kind of get something that resembles what NASA presents or what they have pictured in their mind. But if you look at the actual raw image, it's just like a little blurry dot. So I was just wondering what the raw images look like of things like black holes and like that.
Yeah, I mean, what I saw and what I thought I was reading is like a raw image. It basically looked just like high quality sims, and what I have to show you what it looked like is high quality sim. That's a video of falling into a black hole. What I saw looked pretty much like that, and I see some of these around right now that might have been what I saw, and I can't confirm that any of these are raw from JWST.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I'm not trying to shit on it or anything. I don't think you're going to be able to find a raw image because I'm pretty sure the raw image would be that
Well,
terrible
I
that
mean,
they're not
I
even
was so sure that I at least heard that JWST had pictures of a black hole. I don't know, like what those look like if what I was looking at was not it. But I can't even really. I'm like sifting through a lot of shit and not finding where's the treasure trove of JWST images. I didn't take enough of an interest at the time.
It's so quiet in here. Gizmo, did you silence them with facts? What happened?
Um, we're all mutually silencing each other with fact bomb after fact bomb.
Oh,
But lately, I'm just trying to find the picture of a black hole from JWST. I think I was mistaken in what I saw. I think I saw a simulation.
oh.
So in this case, I have been potentially fact bombed.
Okay. Did you go over the mathematics?
Emergent gravity, entropic gravity.
Yeah, you had a bee in your bonnet about that.
Yeah, a couple of them found some more of those videos on their own.
Tick. Okay.
There's got to be something interesting in physics that I didn't yet tell you. Let's see. What do we have?
I'm working on business licensing, and I'm like, oh no, how do I make the county comply with some red tape bullshit? I'm like, oh, yes.
Have you looked into this Zapier thing I mentioned, or had you ever heard of that?
I heard it in passing. I have not looked into it.
The concept is stupidly simple. It's triggers and actions for 10,000 apps could have a trigger, and 10,000 apps could have an action. So all it does is move data from here to there and maybe transform it along the way.
Okay.
So whether you want it to post something to Discord or a Slack channel, or if you got a Gmail and you want to put it into OpenAI first, or whatever you want to do, there's 10,000 triggers that take 10,000 actions, and it mostly just moves data from here to there. But there's open source versions like Active Pieces on GitHub, and that's what I think is cool. If you want to like automate life, I think it's a good investment.
You know what? I've checked my files, and it turns out I got a profile for Zapier. I've done fuck all with it. So baby steps.
Yeah, I mean, the first time you make a trigger and an action, there's like 4 steps to each trigger or action, but one of them is just signing in, and you never have to do that for that app again.
Okay.
So it's really just figuring out step 1, what app do you want to trigger or act on? Step 2, like which action do I want this thing in this app to do? And then step 3, like how do I want it to do it given what other data from previous triggers or actions?
Okay. I will look into it. I'm not in the state of mind to plunge its depths, but I can look into Zapier. I like the automation of it. It's
like
really
what was the actual what was your actual thing that you're trying to work on right now?
very boring, very layman, very simple.
Does it involve moving cloud app data from one place to another?
No, not at all.
Oh, I thought it did. That's why I brought it up.
No, that would be more fun than what I am doing, and that is a dry topic, and it would still be more fun than what I'm doing. I'm talking about business licensing and the government red tape and doing the business permit and licensing lawyer hocus pocus dance that we all do.
Well, if you needed to take a government form and run it through an app that does optical character recognition and then automatically fill it out depending on AI models, like those are a bunch of triggers and actions.
I love to live in that adorable dream world. Unfortunately, a lot of my clients still print off their receipts because they don't understand that a computer can save those now. I'm talking like 1995 mentality, Gizmo. You are data from Star Trek to these people. I want you to picture someone taking their business receipt for their business materials, even a computer, ironically, and scanning that receipt and then printing it off and then putting it into a file cabinet for every receipt ever, like 1995 or 1985.
I mean, I'd like to do this kind of automation for solo practitioner lawyers or dentists, people who have no tech support. I could imagine doing this once I've got some more experience with it.
Yep.
I literally only happened on this stuff last week and haven't done anything with it yet.
The most sophisticated thing I've done was use, I mean, it's not that rudimentary. It's a little pretty, I'll say, but using Excel to have a full business construction calculator. So you calculate the taxes, the materials, the personnel, the utilities, everything into how long will this project take? What's the overhead? What's the profit margin? And I did that all in Excel and it computed a really accurate receipt. for the boss at the time, and he was blown away. He's like, you know how long this would take me? This would take me like 3 hours, and you did it in a minute. I'm like, well, I took a week to build the calculator, and now it'll take you 5 minutes. You just type in your numbers. So that's the level of sophistication I'm at. You say anything about VLOOKUPs or moving data or fuck, they don't even understand Slack or Discord. You're still data. You're still data from Star Trek. They're not even on your planet, dude.
No, I think I made a cool demo. I ran an arbitrary search in Gmail and had OpenAI summarize the email and then post the summary to a Slack channel.
That's sick.
That should impress a lot of people, I think.
That impresses me. No, that impresses me. How many problems that would solve? It's the people not using that level of tech. It's awesome and real world application and makes sense and would make somebody's lives so much fucking easier.
And it's drag and drop and no code.
Yes, I'm sold. I will take 100 nerd units, please. Like, you have my attention. However, explain that to grandma.
All they have to do if they want to reuse what you built is put it in Google Sheets instead of Excel. You could even use Excel if it was Excel in the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can, if your thing is replicable and not a one-off, then you could just turn it into one of these zaps. Or in the open source version, we call it a flow.
I'm tempted to turn it into an app, essentially just reskin it, charge $1, and then all the landscaping, construction, and masonry carpentry companies can use it for their contracting. Plug and play with the numbers, and it just makes their paperwork so much easier. Because looking into your crystal ball, most people who are general contractors aren't that computer savvy. That's the whole point. That's why they're general contractors. Right? Go tell a carpenter of 40 years how to log into Google Sheets, and they'll tell you to go fuck yourself. So we have to make this as ooga booga as possible. I'm not trying to shut you down. Like, I'm with you. The applications of what you're telling me, you are speaking Klingon to these people. That's where I turn into a wet blanket.
Well, actually, the funny thing is, if they're already logged into Google, then all they have to do is use Google to log into Zapier, and it just works.
Yep. But what is the cloud, though? Is it a columnist cloud? How do
the cloud just means some capitalist server. That's what the cloud means.
I know. I know. But
I think open source and automate all the things.
Always. I'm fine with that.
Including and especially the AI robot overlord that will eventually kill us all, because that'll be good. No, but really, it'll probably be better this way.
Oh, anti-globalist is telling us to go somewhere else to talk about this. Fair enough. I wanted to come in and see what was going on, and then we started nerding out.
So. You're all good, brother. All good. It's just because it's recorded on YouTube.
Okay.
All,
we're polluting the timeline. It's okay.
Why are you training the AI for free on all our data?
We're polluting the timeline. Okay.
There's nothing else happening in here. You guys can continue.
If you want to take it another direction, that's fine. I had some flat earth questions, but I don't know if there's any people who would talk about it, entertain it, take it in a different direction. I don't know how many people are here for actual engagement in thought experiments or exploring Earth or flat Earth or not. I don't know how many people are relevant to that subject matter. So I wanted to figure that out for myself.
Everybody except Demok is okay. Demok is really angry all the time.
Yep. Okay. I meant like I had actual flat Earth experiment questions, or at least understanding questions. I've talked to Crit relentlessly, but Crit's not here right now. It had to do with the growth of the lie. It's not that the concept of Earth being a globe is static. Earth being a globe is being built upon because we apply science, we apply math, we apply inventions. So if the Earth is not a globe, the problem for the species is getting worse because we're developing military applications, we're developing spatial applications, we're developing the the Artemis program for NASA, SpaceX. This isn't like the 70s where we could just lie about Apollo missions and a little bit of putting tin rockets into the sky. We've gotten a lot farther along. So the burden of flat
I
earthers
think
is
they,
much larger.
I think they, if you claim they've gotten a lot further along, I mean, only 24 people have said to have left low Earth orbit, and NASA claims they destroyed the technology to get back to the moon. I
They
mean,
did not.
they may tell you they're, evolving, but I don't think that seems to be the case when you really look at it from a broad spectrum.
The technology was not destroyed or chucked in a dumpster or chucked in a shredder. When we talk about technology being destroyed, we're talking about the moldings of manufacturing. So, gun to your head, you get all the NASA nerds in a room. Can we rebuild the Apollo rockets? No, of course not. We've built better ones. We can talk
Yeah,
about
but
why
you're not going into space anymore, are you? It's
we
just,
are.
I'm already aware of the excuses made.
We are going
And the
into
reasoning,
space.
I've been looking into this for a long time. I'm very
Sure.
aware, of all of these excuses. But at the end of the day, nobody's going to space, are they? They were promising space hotels and all these things over the years, oh, we're going to go back to the moon, and then it keeps getting pushed back over and over and over again.
Mhm.
Every 5 years, they delay it and delay it. But
You're right.
yeah, you can.
It is my sincere and
But
deepest hope.
soon,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, like what I keep hearing from you guys generally is like, oh, soon it's going to happen. Soon it's going to happen. But people have been saying that forever, including NASA.
I agree. It is my sincere hope that in the 2030s, despite delays, costs, whoever's president, whatever global conflicts, and whatever
Can
other
you,
nonsense we want to throw into the fray, it is my sincere
yeah,
hope.
send a rocket down into the ocean and see if it works as good as a submarine.
Demok, I was interested in hearing the second half of his sentence. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, me too. About sending a rocket down into the ocean to see if it's really what they claim it is. See if they can do the same as a sub. They would have to. Go ahead, though. No more lies.
I don't understand. Like, we can do deep pressure shit. We can do Mariana's Trench.
Yeah, send a rocket down there. Get in a rocket, get in your NASA suit, and go down to the bottom of the Marianas Trench and stop lying.
I'm not lying about anything. We've been to the Marianas Trench. It's more pressure instead of less pressure. I don't.
You ain't never been there. Shut up.
No, but we have. You don't think we've been there as a species?
No, I don't think you're doing anything but lying. But go ahead. It's Speculation Sunday.
Okay. So apparently I have a burden of proof about us going into the deep parts of the ocean. So now it's a matter of common ground. What would you like me to prove? How deep we've gone? Or what is it?
Whoever the storyteller is needs to sell the story, right? So you got to fucking sell it. I'm not the seller. You are.
Yeah,
I
they have
knew it was
pictures,
up
so
there.
therefore I believe it.
You
Yeah,
blatantly
they got
redirected
pictures.
to going. Okay. You blatantly redirected to going in deep into
I
the.
blatantly redirect to it's your story. You got to prove it. Story time.
Okay, fine. It is my sincere hope that despite whoever's president, the delays and the nonsense that either private, such as SpaceX, although they're not really private, they're funded by the government with military contracts, or whatever NASA is doing because they have such infighting, I sincerely hope, fingers crossed, that the Artemis program literally gets off the ground and we have something to show for it in my fucking lifetime, because you're right. Blatantly right. What was your name? Anti-globalist, about kicking the can down the road. Oh, we'll go in the next 5 years, and then all the cool futurist stuff. It's like the meme of the flying car or the Jetsons. Very butthurt and bitter and annoyed, as many people are. I hope, at this point, it's hope. because I have nothing to prove, and I have nothing to show to prove. So it's a big nothing burger. I can go demonstrate how robots have been to the moon or going to Venus or landing on asteroids and stuff, but that doesn't cut it. That's not the same as.
Well, it didn't happen until my robot goes to the moon.
Ah, okay. Your Gizmo specific robot. Okay, get the Kickstarter going.
The open source automate everything robot that I tinkered with, and I'm sure it worked.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Kind of a dead end anti-globalist. We can talk about cool robots in space and what NASA has lied about or not lied about. I'm sure we've all had that conversation 1,000 times. I'm not trying to climb that hill the 1,001th time. I'm very frustrated about the Artemis program getting defunded, delayed, sidestepped to the hacky sack with the government politics. It's fucking stupid. Put the space nerds into the metal tube and point it up, please. I'm tired of the games. Make it happen or shut the fuck up. And I know it's complicated. I hope to see it in the late 2020s or early 2030s, and then we can have a new round of footage and evidence or lies or truths and new arm wrestling about what's going on or what's not going on.
But it's really simple. Did you get out of the spacecraft? So you just believe these windows? You're telling me that this thing can go to space, but they can't make like flashy windows?
Like, so I need what? Are you setting me up for like I need my human eyeballs to look out into space and see the moon?
All right, let me get this straight.
What are you getting at?
You stepped into a vehicle. You went to Disneyland. You stepped into a vehicle, and then you got out, and because it was rusty, you're like, I must be on Mars?
I don't even know where to plant what you're getting at, Gizmo. I know you shit talking, but
I have to do is delay your ride for months, and you're gonna believe me?
Yeah. Yeah. All you have to do is put me in an oil drum and kick me down a mountain, and you can call it a rock slide.
Okay, but have you heard of deep fakes?
Yes.
So human eyes can tell the difference between a screen and looking out a window at the real world.
Mm-hmm.
Not if there's practical effects outside your silo 50 meters under the earth.
I'm saying it's never, humans have never been wrong about, there's never been a fake so good that humans couldn't tell the difference. I mean, it may be the case in 30 years, technology and holograms and that type of stuff, but because of the two-dimensional nature of our eyes and parallax, we can tell if something's real versus on a flat screen.
Yeah, we'll just put something real outside of your underground bunker that we keep you in for months while we tell you you're going to Mars.
Was there a loose end or something that Denmark wanted to talk about for the ocean, or something that was frustrating them about something? Because that came out of nowhere for me.
Oh, you've never talked to Denmark before?
Like, no, I'm a space guy, not so much of an ocean guy. But if he had like an axe to grind or a point to make, like, you want to go in that direction, like, I'm open to it.
His points are mainly taking words and talking about definitions of them and yelling about them.
Oh, like operational definitions to make sure we are absolutely 100% on the same page, and then
right. So he calls the moon a UFO because it's not been identified.
Okay. I'd have to have that explained. Like, I'm willing to linguistically operate under whatever definition someone puts forward, as long as they're consistent.
Well, that's the point.
Fine.
Yeah.
It would be the burden of what would constitute changing the definition, right? For example, if the moon is in fact a UFO, how would you define the UFO? Because clearly I'm immediately going to be confused and start saying stuff about the moon that I think is true, and then clearly I'm under an illusion or miseducation or misapprehension, so I need to be re-educated onto why the moon is a UFO. You see that how can be an uphill battle, considering how much information we have about the moon, right? And
Well,
how
it
it
comes down
doesn't
to belief,
usually.
doesn't it?
Sorry?
It would probably come down to belief, like the things that you know about the moon is basically a belief at the end of the day.
No.
Whether it be true or false, it's something that you haven't verified. It's something that you can't actually verify, but it's something that
Okay.
you're claiming. Yeah, like,
There's
and that's what he's talking about.
okay.
Like when Demok's talking about them being unidentified flying objects, he's literally just being a realist, like in the sense that we can see them moving across the sky from our perspective, and
Mhm.
he can't verify what it is, so it's unidentified. So what he's saying isn't crazy.
Sure. So I had a question about vetting then. A separation between what we'd call imperialism or evidence or science-backed understandings versus faith-based belief or just pure social belief, like me taking your word for it, or me taking my teacher's word for it, or me taking my government's word for it, because that happens a lot, and it's certainly annoying, right? Please don't peek behind the curtain kind of stuff. A lot of what we understand is faith-based positions, like how an airplane works. I work with chemicals. I work with toxic shit all day, so I can talk up a storm about like don't breathe that in. The science says your lungs are gonna stop working in a few minutes. Like I'm pretty well based in, that toxic gas cloud. It's very much on Earth. Ooga booga, don't go there. However, I have to fly there because it's way, way, way up north. I deal with stuff in bumfuck nowhere. So I'm on a faith-based position when I get into that mechanical plane and fly. I have no idea how the engine works. I know a high school level of what drag and lift is in terms of separating enough air for the plane to take off. I know the paper airplane level of physics that we all are introduced to at high school, but it's overwhelmingly a faith-based position. I'm trusting the pilot that this mechanical marvel will take off to 20,000, 28,000 feet and land me there safely. It's a faith-based position, but I understand and know the airplane works. And if I need to, I can get beyond the faith-based position of belief in the plane, and I can know because I can be an engineer, or I can sit down and do the math, or I can
I get your point.
Yeah, you see where I'm going with that. I'm not trying to waterboard
Yeah,
you with it.
absolutely.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I understood your point right when you started. Like, okay, so you can verify those things, though. You can't verify what the moon is. Like, it's a bit of a false comparison from my
Okay.
perspective, because I mean, if you want to go balls deep into airplanes, like you can verify how they work. You can verify all of that stuff. You can like verify that the airplane's real or not. It's not faith in the
Sure.
sense of when you're talking about the moon. Like you
Mhm.
can't go and physically touch, measure, prove, what claims that you've made about the moon are correct, but you can do that with an airplane.
Mhm. Not nearly to the same extent. Just like no comparison. Absolutely. No, I'm with you there.
It's definitely a false comparison. I mean, not to be rude at all. I mean, I
Mhm.
totally understand your point.
Sure.
Um,
So,
but
well,
like, it's something that you can test. Like, where
mhm.
you're never going to be able to verify the moon. I mean, not never, but you know what I mean.
Sure. So, well then, obviously, I stick my hand up like a 5-year-old and go, what about these things?" And then you and I go through a grocery list of stuff. There goes false, wrong, that was a lie, that was a hoax, that was a nonsense. And I'm not necessarily trying to go that way, but it would be stuff such as bouncing light off the moon, or looking at how much light is blocked by the moon and the sun to get an understanding of how far away it is, or how big it is, how eclipses work. Very much rudimentary mathematics that we understand by light, or why we're tidally locked, or how tide works. So we know the moon is solid. We know the distance that the moon is, away from Earth. We know the phases of the moon. We know some stuff. Right? Whatever gravity is, it certainly has it, because we can see stuff fall into the moon, evidence of craters. We've seen stuff hit the moon. same as it hits us. There's some things we can see and verify without any CGI or lasers or things that can be easily manipulated on a electrical graph. So I guess it would be a matter of what I would put forward as evidence that I would consider rock solid, and then you could take it away from me by telling me what's wrong with it or what I missed or what I'm assuming. That could be a worthwhile thought experiment, but I don't know if we necessarily want to do that about the moon.
A lot of the things that you just mentioned is pure pseudoscience. I mean, or faith-based. I think half the problem with a lot of these claims that are made these days are that it's just pure pseudoscience, by like literally textbook definition pseudoscience. And I think most people trust in authority and completely unaware that what they're considering to be scientific proof is just pseudoscience.
So, are you familiar with LiDAR? I don't know if you respect LiDAR or like it or don't like it. Like
I
light,
haven't looked deeply into LiDAR.
Light
Heard about it.
something ranging? What is
light,
LiDAR?
light detection and ranging. We can use it in the ocean, we can use it in the mountains, and we can use it, dare I say, in orbit. We can bounce stuff off of a rock and see how far away the rock is. We do this with the moon. That's how we know how far away the
Yeah,
moon
so
is.
from what I know about that is like when they're getting these signals back, it's like a small amount that they're getting back. It's it's very questionable. Like
The small amount you're getting back,
they'll shoot something off.
yeah, the small amount you're
Yeah.
getting back, you can measure how much you're getting back, tells you how far away it is. Just like how we understand redshift. Same
But it's like,
principle.
yeah, I know, but there's a lot of presuppositions in that because, when you're talking about using it in space, you're presupposing the heliocentric model to begin with. You're presupposing a globe Earth, presupposing the distances are correct, the medium is correct. But that's all pseudoscience. I mean, that's the actual foundations of that mathematics haven't been verified using the scientific method. Like, it's just pseudoscience at the end of the day, as the foundation of those claims. So when you're sending out these signals or and getting a tiniest little fraction of amount back, that's almost a incomprehensible amount that's that small. I mean, it's just not really in the scientific method. And sure, you can go with it if that's enough for you, but I mean, yeah, what
I
do you
don't
think?
understand how LiDAR is outside of the scientific method.
So give me an example of LiDAR proving the Earth is a globe.
The Earth is a globe? It's a bounce
Yeah.
between two locations that you can't use. Well, if you could use LiDAR on how to prove the Earth is a globe, I don't know it. I'm not the guy. I don't have an answer for you. Right? You could maybe bounce it off. See, here's where I get in trouble because I'm gonna tell you an answer, but it's gonna be the same conclusion where I'm still trapped in what you said for pseudoscience. You could bounce it off the moon and bounce it back in a different location, and due to the telemetry distance, you'd know the speed of the light, how long it takes, how much was taken away from the atmosphere, and how much is left based off the strength of the signal. Then you'd know how far it travels, and you know the distance between them. So you could say the Earth is not round, but it's certainly not flat either. And then you can do this on multiple points. So you get it's basically get a ball, point a flashlight at a mirror, the light bounces off the mirror back onto the ball, on a different point of the ball, obviously. This doesn't prove shit. However, if you point this on multiple points on the ball overall, you can get a pattern, and it will illuminate a substantial part of the ball, showing the Earth is not round, but it cannot be flat because their trajectory distance on the curvature. And if not curvature, the telemetry of the distance between these points. It would look like a polygon. So it doesn't prove that the Earth is round. It would be fucking very expensive and arguably impossible to do that. But it would also show that the Earth is not flat because it would have a shape. Right? It wouldn't be a disk. Not necessarily your point, but it wouldn't be a disk. It wouldn't be flat. But of course, that is a lot of computational power, and I did not escape what you would call the assumptions that you laid out. Right, assuming the firmament, assuming I'm going the right distances, assuming like I answered none of those questions, right? This is why I would not use LiDAR to prove that the Earth is round. I would use it to show the
I find
distance.
it interesting, like the fundamental like 3 claims that flat earthers have, and the reason why we're still around and growing at a rapid pace and have such a high retention rate is because the globe side can't verify the Earth curve, the radius value, motion, or being able to have gas pressure without a container adjacent to a vacuum.
Go down for me. So you're giving me homework. So it's radius value, gas pressure without a container, right?
Adjacent to a vacuum. But gas pressure without a container is fine, but gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a barrier.
Okay.
I mean, things that we can demonstrate. Yeah, we can demonstrate the claims, no, but we can't. You guys aren't able to demonstrate the counter claims.
I missed one of your points. I'm not trying to cut anyone up. I missed one of your points. Please restate it for me. You said radius value.
The middle
motion.
one.
The motion.
Yeah, motion.
was the
What about motion? It wasn't just motion, the word. Like, help me out here. What do you mean by motion?
Yeah, nobody's ever been able to detect that the Earth is in motion, especially in the vectors and speeds claimed.
Okay.
Just to jumpstart on this, how to contain a gas without a container. In the event that you have a heavy gas and you just drop it on the floor and it sits there, what's the problem?
Well, the claim was gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container, but yeah, if you're like, obviously there are heavier and lighter gases. Nobody's denying that. So like, obviously the lighter gases are gonna, rise above the heavier gases. It's not in dispute. But to be able to have gas pressure in the first place, I mean, literally the definition, says that you need to have a container.
I mean, so there are gases. There are gases heavy enough to sit on a floor with no, container above, right? I mean, if you put that in a vacuum, it doesn't take up the shape of the vacuum, does it?
Okay.
Sure
I'm right. Sorry, go ahead.
Put the gases into the vacuum, it's not a vacuum anymore, is it?
I mean, if the gas sank to the bottom, which I would think it would, being heavy enough.
Thanks for fleshing that point out a bit. What about the radius value one? Like, give me some homework.
Hold on a second.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Before you jump onto the radius value, I just wanted to point out that the definition of gas particle movement shows that gas particles move at random in all directions. They have no directional bias due to gravity or anything like that. Any demonstration in reality shows that. And it's in the very definition.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can have a tendency to move in all directions, but there's gases heavy enough to just sit on the floor, right?
No, in a vacuum, all of that gas will expand to fill the available volume. And even if you just have it out of a vacuum on the floor, eventually it will dissipate. It might go down to begin with, but eventually it's just going to dissipate and equalize.
Well, the vacuum requirement is tricky because in a lab you can't have it be not in a container but be in a vacuum.
Yeah.
So
This is the tricky thing. Their claim cannot be demonstrated. Only imagined. And claims that it can only occur at such a scale that no one can demonstrate it. Well, that's convenient, but it's not evidence. It's an excuse.
I mean, just because the scale is big doesn't mean you can't demonstrate things at scale given sufficient engineering.
Well, this they can't demonstrate. No one's demonstrated gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a physical separation.
But it sounds like at the end of the day, it's not a fundamental difference of opinion. It's just a wait and see if we can get the engineering and cost together.
It's a natural law versus wild speculation that's never been demonstrated that contradicts that natural law. The natural law is gas behaves the way it does. Sorry, I didn't want to jump in there, CJ, but you continue.
Is everything that's never been demonstrated wild speculation, though?
Well, if they contradict natural law as we know it, then yeah, that's what would you call it? An extraordinary claim, which would require extraordinary evidence. And saying we cannot demonstrate it is certainly not extraordinary evidence.
So you know it to be a natural law that a vacuum and an open container cannot abut mutually.
Well, the gas in a container will fill its volume. Same in a vacuum. You put gas into the vacuum, it's just going to fill the available space. It doesn't cool down on the ground.
But there's nothing about natural law that says you're constrained to do it in a lab one way, therefore the Earth is constrained to do it the same way.
No, it's just natural law in the sense that that's all we ever observe and experience in reality, in nature. But there's a claim that contradicts that and says, no, we can do otherwise, but no one can demonstrate it. Only claim it based on large-scale imagined depictions of a ball Earth in a heliocentric galaxy and universe. Anyway, don't get too... You don't need to go too deep on that one just yet. I think the other guy was wanting to ask about the radius or something.
Yeah, like... Everyone comes in here with like high school level physics and they go, it's round because fuck you, I'm not a physicist. And I want to do my homework. I don't want to talk outside of my ass any more than we already are on the internet. You put forward...
Well, DJ's given you 3 good points there.
Yeah.
There's no one's ever measured curve, no one's ever measured motion, and gas pressure requires containment.
Sure.
You can't have air pressure next to a vacuum. So
sure.
Those 3 points will take you long enough, I'm sure.
Sure. I wanted clarification on the radius values, like demonstrating curvature is like the longer answer. Like help me out with
like so. I mean, you can't no one's realistically thinking that someone's gonna drill down 4,000 miles to the center of a ball Earth. So
sure.
If you can demonstrate the curvature of the surface conforming to a ball of that radius value, so the drop over distance should be more or less in line with that radius value, then that would be good evidence for it. But no one even has that.
Okay.
I mean, a 1 megawatt gyrotron where you pumped argon gas in could probably go 20 kilometers in 100 days using a millimeter wave laser.
Probably do. It would really go way faster than that. I just did like purge lines with argon gas. I can. You provide the laser, I can get you argon gas that'll move a lot faster than that, buddy.
Well, lasers are something that people are using to try and find this curvature, right? Shooting a laser across a lake, for example, to try and detect some drop over the distance. Mm-hmm. But no one's finding any. That's the problem. That's why.
Well, I'm talking about I think we're now about to have the technology to laser miles down in the Earth in 100 days.
Well,
Why
I
100
mean,
days?
they'll tell you all kinds of wild fantasy stories. These guys are good marketers. Don't get me wrong, but I doubt it.
I'm unfamiliar with what Gizmo was talking about for like the 100 days thing. Are you talking about like
They're using the Kola super deep borehole that the Soviets drilled as like the yardstick, and they think they can do that in 100 days. What took the Soviets 20 years?
Yeah, but that's
Okay, so they're still not going to go any deeper than 8 miles then,
closer
which
to
is
12.
nowhere near the 3,900. It's supposed to think kilometers, maybe miles. It's 7 point something miles.
Yeah, it would
So
blow.
I mean,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. So they're trying to tell us that the deepest they can dig is less than 8 miles, but they're going to tell us they know exactly what is 3,900 plus miles below. I doubt it.
Wait, I just think you don't have to go straight down, right? You could go to a buddy closer to you.
I see you're getting it.
Nah,
Yeah.
well, no one's digging down and then popping out in like a different part of the world. You know what I mean?
If we can
That's
get
not
to,
happening.
I've done it at the beach before.
if
Yeah, you
we
end up in China. You have some Chinamen standing over you.
can,
I didn't have a 1 megawatt gyrotron.
Yeah, well, if you dig deep, like I mean, they've got people believing that if they dig far enough down, they'll eventually see the sky on the other side. Like that's not how it
Yeah.
works. The sky is above. When you dig down, you're not going towards the sky.
I would love, just in terms of a feat of engineering, if we could get to 100 miles. As someone who again works in refinery and chemicals and shit like that, 100 miles. I'm like, guys, you know what? Even if it's the size of like a coffee cup size hole, like you go to Home Depot, you get a 4-inch pipe, and you know, a reasonable, not insane level hole, and you go straight down. I would be floored if you can get to 50 miles. I would love that.
Well, they can't. They
so
can't
much.
go any deeper than 8. They can't go any deeper than 8 miles, as far as the public knows. But I mean, either way, I mean, we're just asking measure some curvature. I mean, if they're telling us, oh, we can dig a hole down 100 miles, or we can send a robot to Mars hundreds of thousands of miles away, it's like, well, or millions of miles away. Like, okay, well, why can you not measure 60 foot of drop over 10 miles and prove that the Earth is a ball? Like, how can no one do that?
Hang on.
Anyway, DJ, you still here? You want to carry on with these guys? I didn't want to take over. I just stepped in.
Oh no, you're right, Cyclone. You're right. Yeah, I got to go in a minute anyway. But yeah, no, it's been good chatting with these guys, and thanks for jumping in.
I'm
all right. No problem.
Thanks for having me. I'll do my homework and I'll come up with some more nuanced questions.
Excellent.
I want
to strongly urge sometimes turning off the YouTube AI consumer bot.
Not my call, but yeah. Okay. I'll see what I got. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Have a good one.
Later, people.
Hey, Duncan.
What's up?
Hey, man. Take this with a grain of salt. I haven't actually verified this, what I just posted in the side chat. But just say it's correct. What do you make of this?
The planet hunting thing?
Yeah, like it's like a few pixels, and NASA said it's like the images that are shown underneath. Bit of a stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, do they have other information or something that, like, they're just saying like this
That's
is
why I
a
said
very
take it.
shitty picture of that system that we know looks like this because of other information?
Yeah. I need to look into it a bit further. I agree. That's why I was asking. I was talking to Gizmo before. He was talking about black holes and how we have all these photos of black holes, and then I asked him if he can find me a raw image of a black hole. He said, yeah, no problem at all. I'll find one, and then he was searching and searching, and then he admitted, he can't find one. And,
I
I
mean,
think a lot of this
just because.
space imagery that we see. Yeah, you're right.
No, I was gonna say like with that pic, like I mean, I'm not saying this might not be the best example, but like I can take a picture of a tree in my backyard very zoomed in and make it purposely like pixelated and just like say like look, this is a picture of a tree, and it, even though it doesn't look like it, like it's not the best example, like, but you get what I'm saying. Like I can I can take a picture of something that like we all know about and make it like a very shitty picture, and I'll be like, oh, but you didn't know that this is actually this. You just can't tell from this picture. You know.
Yeah, I know, but you would know what it really was that you were taking a picture of. I mean, if that was all you had to go off was that pixelated picture, I mean, you probably wouldn't be able to work out what it
Yeah.
really was.
Oh, absolutely. Like, yeah, if yeah, but I'm not sure. Like, if they're saying like, here's a very shitty picture of this star system, which we're saying like has this and this and this based off of this other information.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if they're getting that into like. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why they would do that.
I'm not sure either.
We'll just put I don't know down as the answer for this one.
Yeah, it seems it's pretty stupid. So I was talking to old dude, and he likes my experiment. I'm not sure if you saw it in my post earlier.
Yeah, I saw it. I had a little read over it. I didn't see the second part of that. Looks like this
I
chat's
gotcha.
been reset, so it's not there anymore. But it had to do with lasers and things like that, didn't it? Making
Well, sort
observations
of.
over distance.
I just reposted it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I have a problem with like when people say they're accounting for atmospheric refraction, like if you look at like the Skunk Bay time lapse and stuff like that, like the horizon, everything's jumping all over the place consistently throughout the time lapse. So to put like you could take a screenshot of that, at 50 different points during the day, and it's gonna have houses hidden, and the horizon's gonna be up here and then down there, and it's just crazy all over the place. There's like no standard atmospheric refraction taking place.
No, it's What I'm talking about though is there's like a settings when I create the job before I do a survey, which like I check off like account for refraction and account for curvature correction, and I can choose to check them on or off. So like I'm gonna set up on one point, like create 4 different jobs. The first point will be 5,000 by 5,000 by 100. Like just assume coordinates because we don't want to use the geoid data. So it's just gonna be just assume coordinates. And the 4 different jobs have like the 4 different possibilities, like with the 2 options checked off. So one job will have the curvature correction and refraction. One will only have curvature correction, no refraction. One will have both without, and vice versa. So you get the 4. I think it's what I explained it in for step 2. Like,
yeah. I'll have to have a better read over it time and think about it. But when it comes to refraction, isn't it interesting? Like refraction, like just say you're looking at a horizon over water. Like they say, refraction can cause things to appear above the horizon, below the horizon, or completely distorted, or combinations of those three things, like sinking refraction. But when this standard refraction's applied, they're not really accurate at all, is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's why I want to do one of the tests with it being accounted for and with it now being accounted for. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, credit to you, man, for thinking about it and wanting to do something like practical like that. I hope you do get a chance to actually do this experiment. That would be cool. 'Cause at the end of the day, we're just like here searching for the truth. It's not just all about crushing the globe. We're just looking for the main thing we're always saying is like show us some proof of the globe. So you can go out and do some actual testable, repeatable experiments. That's awesome. I credit that.
Yeah, thanks, man. Should be interesting.
So what kind of lasers like would you use?
Oh, the lasers. It's on the total station. I'm not sure the exact specs, but the model is a Focus 35 by Spectra Geospatial. So, like, you can get the specs.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Damn, some of these lasers are so expensive.
Oh, yeah. I think it'd be pretty cool if like before I do it, whatever, like everyone weighs in, like what do they think's gonna happen? Like everyone can have their own hypothesis.
Yeah. What's your opinion on some of the laser tests that we've done?
Um, you mean the ones that I like are online?
Yeah, like there's 20, 30, I think, out there. Some better than others. Some over frozen lakes, but they all seem to hit their targets. And the globe side's, always just saying refraction, refraction. Perfectly bending to the target, whether it be 20 miles, 30 miles, 35 miles, 40 miles. It's always perfectly bending to hit the target. So it's interesting.
Yeah, not sure. I haven't. Not sure exactly which ones you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll post a few that I was talking about. I'll post 4, 5. You have a pet bird or something, or are you outside?
Outside. Beautiful day.
Sounds like it. Yeah, I find it interesting, how many practical experiments and observations that we've gone out and done that never show any Earth curve. If we see something that's 1,000%, 2,000%, 3,000% too far, it's always just like the same answer back from the globe side, just saying, oh, refraction, that's refraction. They don't have any idea of the actual refraction that was present during the observation, but they'll just say refraction for every single one. It doesn't matter what we do, they're just going to say refraction every single time. Even if it doesn't match the standard refraction formulas or any refraction formulas, they'll just say refraction regardless. It's like
Would you like to refract your words? Would you like to refract that statement? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it seems like nothing changes day in, day out, nothing new under the sun. What did the globalists do today? They freaked out over flat Earth. What will they do tomorrow?
Groundhog Day.
Yeah, they'll freak out over flat Earth again. Day in, day out, they think they've debunked a topic that they can't even convince themselves of their own bullshit. That's the experiment I want to see. I want to see the one that finally convinces them that the Earth is a globe, and I want to hear from them for like 3 months or something. They'd be like, "Oh, just checking this, see how you guys are doing." They're like, "Oh yeah, where have you been?" "Oh, I proved the globe like 8 months ago." "Really? What'd you do?" But they'll just come. But what you got is a guy who say they've completely debunked flat Earth, they've completely proven the globe, and they come back tomorrow and ask you again about volcano, space junk. Dude, you can't even convince yourself, and you're wondering why? Like no one believes you? You don't believe you.
They'll even say water don't curve. What do you mean water? Water's not curving. Like, holy fuck! Well, there we are, brother. Welcome to flat Earth. I mean, it's that simple.
Nothing new under the sun.
It's like Groundhog's Day mixed with Tourette's.
With a sprinkled in some completely batshit worldview that they can't take question on or explain. And if you use their worldview, like atheism, I am unconvinced by the evidence presented. Suddenly now their worldview doesn't make sense. Well, what do you mean you're not convinced? What does your belief and your convincing have to do with it? You're like, that's what you just said. You just said your proof that everybody is in on it is that everyone's lying about God and God of the Bible and Jesus. I used your logic to demonstrate how that also applies to your globe. Hence why they came back from space and wrote a book. How about they found Space Jesus? New York Times best-selling novel. Astronaut goes to low orbit and finds Jesus. I am unconvinced of that claim.
That's a real book?
Yeah. Real book.
Oh my goodness.
Right here. Yeah, Jesus in Space, the true story that's out of this world. By author Celine Keon and 5-star. It's a 5-star rated book.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect score.
Yeah, here's a little advent here. T-3, 2, 1. And blast off. With a roar, the space shuttle Endeavour launches into space. But with astronaut Tom Jones, as he left the Earth, he did not leave Jesus behind. So buckle up for this true story of an adventure in space and how to learn about faith and science work together to fuel the life of an astronaut. So it kind of tells you, it does answer the question, why are there no atheist astronauts? Because they seem to not understand science to begin with. They're uniquely disqualified because of their conspiracy minded worldview. They don't have the right stuff because you need both science and faith, and they have neither. In my worldview is I am skeptical. Show me, if you found space Jesus, can you show me a picture? Let's start with just something very simple. An image, a picture, description. What did he look like? What was Jesus doing in low orbit? Did you see it like, was it like in toast? Like a bunch of space garbage kind of somewhat formed the picture of Jesus? Yeah, the book came out March 1st, 2023. So I remember it came out like right before Easter, and people were all excited about the perfect book for your science and space lover.
Yeah, but doesn't Jesus have like? Doesn't it really mean like serpent? Like
Yeah, there's a
he's
whole lot of stuff behind that the Catholic
so.
Church and
So think about it. So think about it. If they went up and they saw an electrical serpent or some type of entity, it was energy or something, and like the aurora borealis can be described as like a snake-like coloring light, you know. So I mean, really, who knows what the hell they're talking about? Because Neil Armstrong was the next Luke Moonwalker, wasn't he? Like I said, a Luke Skywalker or Jesus walking on water. You know what I mean? He did it one better. He said, "I'm not going to walk on the water. I'm not going to walk on the sky. I'm going to walk on the moon." Neil Arm Moonstrong Walker. I mean, it's really the same thing, right? They all go and
yeah.
walk somewhere where no other human can walk. They tell you information no other human can have. It's the same story all over again. It logically follows we first started walking on land, then the thing they thought wasn't possible was walking on water. Then we got boats, and then we got floaties, and we walk on water, and we can freeze it. Then they were like, "Hey, what about the air? We can't fly. We're not birds. God doesn't want us to fly." And then we start flying. We walk on air. And then they're like, "Hey, what's the next thing we can't do? Walk on the moon." So instead of back in the day, it was you can't walk on water. That'd be impossible. Everybody would just freak out and lose their damn mind. So that was like the reference frame for what was awesome or a miracle or something that supposedly couldn't be done, like get in a boat and sail around, walk on water, right? Well, they accomplished it. They accomplished there, but did they really accomplish the moon thing? See, it's like they keep pushing the envelope, but it's all with just reality. It's like, what can't we achieve? Tell them we've achieved it. I vote send subs up to space. Submarines, nuclear subs. Put them in a tube, spring load them, whip them around, load them down a tube of water, send them up, have a spring loaded chamber, shoot that bitch up. So have the water in a tube, send it up as far as you can that way. And then when you get there, have a platform. Then send it up from there to another platform. And then you just, from there, you have a spring loaded barrel, right? It's all spring loaded, like, or just air, like something, right? All the way underground, you got a tube of air full. And then something hits it. The tide comes in. Doof! The tide just pushes that air. Sends your fucking rocket straight through the moon. You hit the moon so hard, it's like a bullet hitting a cement brick. When are we going to do that? Why aren't we using the ocean as like a shock propulsion device? You know, so when it pulls back, it goes sucks, and then your thing's right there. It's like, and then when the ocean comes in, shoot your shit straight to the moon. The power of the whole ocean pushing. No, but seriously, how come astronauts aren't going to space or to water, and how come divers aren't going to space? They could just switch up. You could send all the nuclear subs into space and have them floating around and flying around out there. And you could have all the rockets underwater checking out the whales. And switch it up, boys. They're both made for the same principle, right? No air in, no air out.
How would you get that submarine up to the space, though?
Well, I don't know. How do you get a rocket up to space? The rocket submarine.
Sure, but
the question is, how do you get the rocket to underwater?
The rocket isn't
the
meant
rocket
for
underwater
underwater
too, brother.
travel. I assume you're trolling. I'm not quite sure.
No, I assume you're trolling. If an astronaut started out underwater, you would be trolling if they couldn't go back underwater. And if underwater is the same as space, you would be trolling if you fucking think that a submarine isn't a rocket.
Do you know
trolling,
what you
right?
just do?
A nuclear sub,
Do you
right?
want me
Under
to argue
pressure,
like you?
under a vacuum, in a vacuum of water.
So
Hold
why
on,
aren't
brother.
airplanes driving on
The ocean is a
roads
big
instead of
vacuum.
cars, and cars aren't
The
flying?
ocean reacts like a big vacuum. I know you want to ignore this. So then they have a submarine under there, a nuclear thing in a big vacuum of the ocean, correct? Or do you not understand how the ocean vacuum works and it doesn't allow water or air? I mean, it'll pull all air from itself that it can, right?
But it also has like
a
very high
vacuum,
pressure.
right? Listen, air doesn't belong in a vacuum. Air doesn't belong underwater.
Bro.
Did you know that? It's the same principle, brother. So now that you know that,
stop shoving
can we
crayons up your nose. You're going disabled from it, please.
No, we need to take your submarine to space. Stop shoving fucking submarines up your nose. Maybe that would help. Your nuclear sub. Nuclear sub. You want to know how you can send stuff? We want nuclear stuff in space. Well, you got a nuclear sub. Why don't you send it up there? It's airtight, isn't it? Isn't it built for a vacuum? Isn't it pressurized? Or no, am I missing something? Let me guess. The same guys that made the astronaut suits weren't scuba guys. Wrong. They were all scuba Steves. The only place you can mimic a fucking vacuum is underwater. So how do you test for space? So don't tell me they can't interchange the stuff and send a submarine to space and a rocket to underwater. If they can't, somebody's science ain't right. I was waiting for him to show us how everything wasn't made the same. How it doesn't let air release, or it doesn't let air in. What's the difference between a rocket and a submarine? Big tube, go forward. Big tube, go forward. What's the difference? A big tube. Let me guess, a submarine's not a torpedo that goes slow either, is it? I just want to know why we can't use rockets to go underwater. Or NASA's outfits, their space outfit. Why can't they go underwater with it?
I just want evidence that the space vacuum exists as they claim. If they can't even back that up, then there's no reason to even speculate, right?
That's what I'm getting at. It's only water. The only way they can demonstrate or even try to show themselves the attribute of air being sucked out of everything is water, brother. I promise you that.
Oh yeah, it's true. They're not putting astronauts in the Glenn Research Facility vacuum, and they're not
Nope.
testing out the suits there. Nope. Y'all been bait and switched, hoodwinked.
Yeah, they can show the attribute or action or reaction of underwater and how air wants to release from anything underwater when you put it down there. The more you put it down, the more the air has to release from it. Now, depending on, like what type of thing or whatever, or how it's down there, I guess sometimes in certain, like if you have the right container, it can seal a little bit of air down there in it. But it has to be strong enough. And if it's not strong enough, it just ain't going to work out. But like, say you went to the bottom of the ocean, no, you're not having no air. You can't go. No, there's no way. Because not only is the air trying to release itself out, the water is trying to get in. Yeah, we would just take a bubble to space. We would just float up to space in like a soap bubble. I'm just saying that, yeah, the only place they can safely put stuff underwater and do stuff with it to act like it's a vacuum where they don't die right away is water, because they can raise it right back out. What are you going to do in the vacuum of space when your brain starts exploding? Come back home? Get the hell out of here. Nah, you got to do it right here. And I want to know how come there's no risk involved in any space stuff. There's no such thing as a risk anymore. It's like so cool that you and I can go try to fly a helicopter and we'll probably die flying a helicopter. It ain't gonna work out. It's not good enough, right? But there's
Right,
no risk.
They got
What?
William Shatner, 90 years old, doing space, right?
Right.
but they needed like super stud Top Gun Air Force pilots to go to the moon.
Like off on the moon.
Did y'all see when William Shatner came down in that rocket, that capsule rather? It went boom right on the desert floor, and dust blew out like 50 feet. I wonder how his spine's feeling or his hips after that. Old dudes can't really hang with that. It's like you're 90 years old. You just got dropped like boom on your ass.
What do you mean?
Sorry, I was over talking. You don't know, you're like William Shatner when he came down from, what was it, Blue Origin?
No, I'm
just
saying
still
what
talking
hit
about
the
that.
ground? Was it him and his parachute or?
Yeah, it was him in a capsule with a parachuted capsule that touched down.
Oh, okay.
But when you look at how quickly that parachuted capsule dropped, I mean, it was going down at a good clip, and it hit the dirt of the desert floor, and billows of dust flew out. Like, it was a hard hit. And you know, they do the cut scenes and stuff, probably swap things out, and then they bring in a fresh looking William Shatner.
Right.
And then he's talking about how disappointed he is. He was talking about how he couldn't see anything. How it was just like black void, and it was dark, and it was this abyss staring back at him. And that was it. No mention of anything else.
Scary motherfuckers, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it wasn't what they told me. It wasn't pretty Christmas tree lights. There's no planets. All the shit they said was a fucking lie. Oh, the earth was flat as hell underneath me also. I forgot to mention that part. And he probably started crying when he went home. What do you think all these people do that invested their whole fucking life and they actually believe this shit and then they see something they see? Now,
I know you got all these.
They
I'm
go
sorry,
cry,
Demo.
right? No, they go cry for a while. And after that, guess what they do? They come back and fucking stick it in our face even more after they're like, fuck this shit, I'm still getting paid.
Yeah, they doubled down on their resolve. So there's that one. So many astronauts, right? They train their entire lives, and most of them don't get selected to go to space. So they're going to be disappointed and bitter anyway. You got like this old astronaut, retired lady who went up in a Blue Origin flight, and then she was talking about how disappointed she was after she got back because everything looked flat and she was hoping to see curvature. So that happened too.
Yeah, I just posted the link to that Blue Origin astronaut that was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature after 60 years of attempting to reach space.
That's funny.
Nah, listen to this, bro. If I'm a millionaire like that and I got all that money, I would put a stipulation. If you can't point out and circle and show me the curve when I get up here, I want my fucking money back and it's a free trip. Because the only reason I'm going is to see the curve you claim exists. Blue Origin. I'd sue them motherfuckers so hard.
Demok, I think you're onto something. That is a great way to go about this from an activist standpoint. We could probably get this is doable, dude. You could sue them for like potential non-performance, right?
Yes.
Yep, I think you got an idea. That is a great idea. I'd say pin that to the wall and stew on it because I think that could go somewhere.
I mean, if you can sue,
Maybe that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and said, "Oh, well, I think I did the math, and at the height of the Blue Origin flight, I don't think you should see the curvature of the Earth."
Oh, he did? Well, he's honest.
Yeah.
I did the math too. I did the math and found where people might think they see curvature in certain conditions that isn't there based off of how the eye works.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll post that shit here. Anybody can recreate the math.
1 plus 1, I recreated a math problem. I could do it every day, all day. Guess what it equals 2? Oh my God, I must be right. Look what these numbers equal, Bobby. Look at the numbers. Tom, what's that got to do with the trees? Just look at the numbers. We're rolling on a flat tire. This is going click, 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 click. You could sue them for all kinds of stuff because their main job is theoretical, right? Theoretical physics. So if you take that and they tell you that that's real, then they're basically like TOS. They're violating terms of service for the national fucking thing to False Information Act. Like you can sue them for spreading false information all day long. That's all NASA can do is spread false information. If you can't demonstrate their claim, and without them being able to demonstrate their claim, they should be sued for saying water curves. They should be sued for all kinds of shit. Just everything they claim to you. Black holes, dark matter, all the shit, dude. All of it. Gravity. You can't show gravity from scratch doing every form and calculated variance or the attribute of what you claim. Lagrange here, orbit here, pull to the center here. Like, what the fuck? I want to find out whose job it isn't.
I've come for my daily dose of stupidity.
Yeah. Is that all you got, Shaman? Just coming in with an insult?
Yeah, I told my brother, I said, you wouldn't believe it, there's actually a Discord server where there's a bunch of people that believe the world is actually flat. And I said it's
Yeah, you know what? It turns out like these channels, these big servers, they ask us to come make a room, and then it turns out to be the most popular channel in the entire server.
incorrect statement.
You want me to post the statistics from the politics server, the main politics server?
Sure.
Okay. There you go.
I didn't think that we killed the chat with that last remark, but I guess we did. Astronauts swimming in a pool are not training for the vacuum of outer space. That's just silly. It's silly to train in a high pressure environment for a low pressure environment. It's the exact opposite. So how are you going to expect that that's a realistic training scenario?
How would you rather them train?
You got resistance, right? Train in a vacuum. Glenn Research Facility has the world's largest vacuum chamber built by NASA. They don't train in that.
Yeah, they built it for no reason.
No, they did build it for a reason. They don't train astronauts in it.
Yeah, that was probably the dumbest statement I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, so why aren't they training astronauts in it? Why aren't they putting them in astronaut suits and putting them in the vacuum?
Who says they're not? You.
NASA says they're not. And NASA said, no, NASA said it's not a conspiracy. NASA says they don't because the vacuum is too powerful. And when you look at the specs for the vacuum, it is a fraction of what the vacuum of free space and outer space is supposed to be. This is an inconsistency. So it's like when the Apollo program used anodized aluminum for the lunar lander. Anodized aluminum, subject to a vacuum, oxidizes quickly and pits and becomes very brittle fast.
Oh, no, this kind of reminds me of the idea that the claim that there's nothing in space, like there's no astronauts or no satellites, or that the stars are CGI.
Yeah, no, it's not that there's no space. Space is different than what you think it is.
Okay, what is space then?
Depends who you ask. You can go to one
I'm
site
asking you.
I'm telling you, Shaman, stop interrupting. If you go to different NASA sites, you'll read different things. On one site, they'll tell you it's 97% plasma. Do you believe that?
No, because it's mostly dark energy or dark matter or empty space.
It doesn't mean you're seeing the plasma. So they'll tell you that. They'll also tell you that it is a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure environment. How do you prove that?
How do you prove that there are not satellites in space?
How do you prove a negative?
It's a burden of proof reversal fallacy, my friend. You got to prove that they are in the vacuum of space.
No, I don't have
Sure
to
is.
prove their
Yeah,
satellites.
you do. If
The
you claim
burden of
something
proof
is
is
there,
upon
you have to
you.
substantiate it.
The burden.
If
No,
you claim something is there, you substantiate it. I don't unsubstantiate it. That
most
is
of the world
stupid.
knows that
Just
the
like you.
satellites are in space.
No.
We can see.
Most of the world doesn't know. Most of the world just believes like you do, blindly, without evidence. You couldn't prove satellites in space if you wanted to.
He comes in insulting us. His first word was an insult, and now he's crying in the chat because he got muted. Hey, Shaman, read what I just posted in the side chat. Read it out to yourself.
Hey, Shaman, if I want to talk to you, I will you so in another mod. Until then, you can just stay quiet, and I don't care. He's gone. Good. Good riddance. I didn't have to ban him.
Prove to me that something doesn't exist that I don't have evidence for. Prove to me that Santa Claus doesn't exist. Gee whiz.
Sounds to me like another day on the Globetard.
You got it.
Bad argument central.
Just think how easy it is to deceive the public. All you really need is some CGI, some computer graphics of an image. You need the authority, some government agency to say that, yes, this exists, to give them some kind of math to kind of back up all of their stories. No values in reality for the things that they're giving you in the mathematics, but the mathematics exists. And that's about it.
Yeah, maths, therefore reality, right?
Yeah.
AJ, welcome.
Where is everybody?
I'm just paying my respects to the globe. It died recently.
Yeah, well, I tell you what. Here in 29 minutes, I'm having a funeral in my backyard for the globe, and we'll bury it in my backyard.
Died a long time ago, bro.
Well,
dearly beloved, we're gathered here today to celebrate the life of the globe. It has sadly passed, but today we remember the 8 inches per mile squared. We have a speech from Neil deGrasse Tyson later, and we was asked that you are respectful at this very sad time. Thank you.
Amen. You know, the only globes that I've observed, or the only globe I've observed, is maybe 18 inches or so in diameter. So I think I'd have no problem burying it in my backyard. Have there been any globetardians in here lately?
Yeah, plenty, man.
Yeah, Brenda was funny yesterday. So here's what I want to know, crypto and anti-globalist. I have a very important question for the two of you. What would real life space aliens think about Star Trek?
I think they'd be a lot more impressed with Star Trek than they would by the lunar module, the lunar spaceship NASA used.
Yeah, I actually thought that would be a fun short film to shoot one day. Was have some kind of eerily looking space alien who's come to Earth to learn about our culture, and then they say, "Okay, well, have you heard of Star Trek?" And then he's like, "No." I'm like, "Well, how can you be a space alien and not hear Star Trek?" And then, of course, they take him to a room, play him some Star Trek. And they ask him, well, what's that like? And he's like, oh, that's very good. That's very good. Oh, that's so accurate. That's so accurate. And then he sits there. And the next thing he hears, F this. I can't take any more of this. Yes. And then just proceeds to destroy everything and, kill the people that are showing him the Star Trek show.
Do you think anyone would have taken the show Star Trek seriously if they were driving around in a lunar lander like NASA used?
I think it's amazing the number of people who take Star Trek seriously. Because it is more realistic than the LAM, the lander module.
I think
that's for sure. The lunar landing module, I'd say that is not nearly as impressive as some of the stuff they put on the various Star Trek episodes. Even the original series that was supposed to be all camp, I would say is more serious. Yeah. Now, do you know what the original premise of Star Trek actually came from?
Do not.
So there was originally a show called Wagon Train. And the whole idea of the Wagon Train show was that it was an anthology, so more or less that they could just get back on the wagon train, and then the next week's episode could be whatever they wanted because they would be in a new town. So Star Trek was originally called Wagon Train to the Stars, and then that ended up being close to that whole rural purge and everything, and some studio executives said, yeah, we might not want to call it that. And so it was just the whole space stuff was just meant to be a premise to get them to the next chapter of the anthology. And then, of course, they had to throw in a few ship fights and photon blasts and Scotty beaming me down stuff.
Hey, JE, do you have any speculations that you want to go over for Speculation Sunday?
Oh, not really. It's a good question. But I don't have any. I'm guessing you do.
Oh, yeah, I love to speculate. I haven't thought of anything in particular, but get back to you in a moment.
Yeah, I don't have anything new I've speculated about. Just
What do you think about Operation Fishbowl?
you know, I don't really truly know a whole lot about Operation Fishbowl, and I know that I've heard a little here and there, but if I were to guess, my guess would be is more or less that that might be the predecessor to today's chemtrail. Is maybe they were trying to see if they got rid of radioactive garbage up high in the atmosphere, that it would just kind of, the winds would carry that stuff all over the place, and it would be a minuscule amount of stuff spread around. And of course, now, if you're doing a study on that sort of thing, you can't exactly reveal that that was the intentionality of it, but I would say, if anything, that's probably what the truth is to what they were doing, but I don't frankly know a lot about the details of it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I need to look into it a bit more myself.
Yeah, a good friend of mine many years ago speculated that chemtrails were how hazardous materials were gotten rid of, because at some point there are hazardous materials that just cannot be mitigated. And what do you do with them? And if you spread them around up in the sky, they go everywhere and nowhere.
Yeah, but don't they just drop down to Earth and eventually?
Yeah, eventually, but you got to think the wind, since the wind up in the atmosphere goes lots of different directions, it would be very dilute by the time that it did, versus if you put it in the ground somewhere, then it's going to eventually come out in one stream, and people are going to have specific questions. So, and some of the stuff that they've tested from the chemtrails are like aluminum and barium and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So, upon your question, I would say that there's likely some link between the two, though somebody who's more studied on Operation Fishbowl might tell me it's 180 degrees the opposite way, and I wouldn't have enough knowledge to truly debate that or not. When did they do that Operation Fishbowl? Was that like the end of the 50s?
Yeah, it was 1955.
Oh, so middle 50s. Okay.
Hold on
Wow.
a second. No, that's not right. 1962.
Yeah.
Can you see the side chat, JE?
Hang on just a second. Let me navigate over there. Yeah, 62. And so hold on here. Let me mute this here a moment. While the boys are running their vacuum cleaner. Give me a second. The boys' favorite toy is a vacuum cleaner, so give me one more second, Bob.
Sounds like it.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not sure that. I'm think it's probably a little sensational to claim that they were burning the bombing the firmament, but who knows at the same time?
Exactly. I mean, Bill Gates wants to block the sun.
Yeah, of course.
I wouldn't put anything past these psychopaths.
I think a lot of that stuff's just said to get news time.
Could be. Hopefully.
Yeah, so that's what they tell us about. Their interesting question would be is what tests have they done that they don't tell us about?
Yeah, there's probably a lot.
I got a speculation.
Yeah, come on.
For it.
All right. Suppose Earth is a flat geometrical manifold with a spherical or toroidal topology that is experienced as a flat surface, but repeats in Pac-Man form.
Sounds
So
like work, Alan.
if it has a spherical topology but a flat manifold, it means Earth measures flat. But if you go to one side, you'll come back to the other, like the game Asteroids. Now, if it's a toroidal topology, you have something more interesting than a sphere. Because it means if you go north and keep going, you're going to go to visit what we would consider in our current cosmology as undiscovered land, the inner part of the donut. So they cut off north and south, 60 degrees south, 60 degrees north is the dew line. The only way to differentiate between spherical and donut topography is to go there. See how it is if you circumnavigate north to south. Do you go north-south and discover new land, or do you go to land that you already know about?
Interesting, man.
Going out is always scarier than staying in.
So this kind of configuration would give you an explanation for star trails in the north and south on a flat Earth. It would also give you north-south circumnavigation if it ever comes out, that north-south navigation is possible, that you can still accept flat Earth because Earth is still measurably flat, because it's a flat manifold. So let's say the deep state one day were to say, hey, look, you can do north-south navigation, come back to where you started. Here's how to do it. Anybody can go, cost $5,000. You can take a flight. Earth is a globe. You could say, It is still a flat manifold, but it has a spherical topology. You could say that Earth is all there is to existence. And this manifold includes the terrain that you walk on, the clouds, and space above your head. If you want to learn more about manifolds, go Google it. You study this in analytical geometry. That's my speculation. I got to mow the lawn.
Now, do you mow the lawn by having the goats eat the lawn?
I got an electric push reel.
No, I'm just kidding, of course. But tell you the truth, that's almost what I wish I could do is fence off there and let some goats in.
Yeah, and the good thing about goats is they'll eat greenbrier, so you don't have to go in and take it out yourself. Goats eat the briar patch. If y'all don't live near briar, good, it sucks. All right, so Quad is asking, why is my speculation cool and toroidal ether is not? I'm not talking about toroidal ether or anything similar remotely like it. I'm talking about how you experience flat Earth. If it's possible to north-south navigate, you could still live on a flat Earth, is what I'm saying, Quad. So yeah, we have no indication that ether, if it exists, manifests in a toroidal fashion. That is pure speculation. And if ether proponents then submit the flower of life as some kind of analogy to a toroid, you've got a problem, because the flower of life shows interlocking circles that are independent of each other. A toroid has nothing in common with that at all. A torus actually produces spirals. See, all the toroidal ether people are kind of out to lunch right now. They need to come back to Earth.
Oh no, he didn't.
I do think there's validity to the claims of an ether in the first instance. You know, I think it's true that pretty much anybody with the right setup using light can get a fringe shift using interferometry and mirrors. The question is that a feature of electromagnetism itself? It's shown to have an east-west bias. So if you're facing east, you're going to be shooting light, like yelling into the wind. And if you face west, it's like yelling away from the wind. That does exist. Is it a toroid? I don't think so. Maybe. But it's proven that geometry.
I'm trying to figure out if it's even necessary or if you can relate magnetism with the idea of ether. Why can't magnetism just be magnetism?
Yeah, on that note, I've got something to offer. You do have magnetism, which has a north-south bias, right? We can get into declination. Yeah, declination is a bit messy, but it has a north-south bias as far as we know. There's a density stack, a gradient that goes vertically, that we accept. So you've got an X and you've got a Y. Could this electromagnetic drag called the ether be a Z? Now you've got the right-hand rule, Cartesian coordinates. You've got electromagnetism, so you have the magnetic field lines. You've got what some people might call dielectric acceleration, which is gravity downwards, and you got this ether drift left and right, west-east on the z-axis. X, Y, and Z, three forces, three vectors, back and forth. I don't know, interesting idea, but we are speculating.
See, that claim,
one of the problems,
there's sort of like this downward relationship, right, with all matter, is I think where I get, to me, that's like part of the magic trick. Like, oh, stuff just goes down. It's like, nah, things tend to separate according to what kind of material they are. Like, and then there's the temperature issue as well, right? If we want to talk about gas. So I feel like that's sort of the sleight of hand where things are oriented in a downward position. And in reality, things, in my mind, my speculation is things tend to stratify by their density and temperature. And so you have things going up and down relatively depending on pressure and temperature and the material itself. So helium is going to probably separate itself above the gases that tend to want to be around other light gases that are more dense, right? And if temperature is involved, then there's going to be like, you know, motion or vector change. So I just don't think there's a downward bias in any regard. I think everything according to a law prescribed by a creator, that things will stratify or divide according to the way that they're supposed to, or let's just say that that's the way the system has been coded, or that's the way that the laws are set up within the system.
Yeah, I necessarily by dielectric accelerator, totally polarized matter. If it is an up and down gradient stack, things go up and down, and things go north and south along magnetic field lines. Like needles, there's a pressure south, folks. There's a pressure gradient up in folks. Oh, and look at that. We gradient east and west, folks. That's invite like Bob Dell stuff or Aether stuff or anything really to offer that is what people recognize as concepts related to this. But we can shoot to IZ in three different kinds of gradients. It is true that Dayton Miller ran like 5 million demonstrations of the ether. And I think that conclusively demonstrates this phenomenon does exist. But I think that's as far as it goes. Pressure density.
I don't know if anybody else is having a hard time hearing Amish, but you're roboting, buddy.
Sorry.
How dare
It's bad. I got full bars.
you've got bars? Let's hear them.
Bars.
Yeah, I want to hear your bars.
Okay, would you like to hear it in the key of C or the key of D?
Can I hear it in the key of G for globe?
G for globe, okay.
Key of D for D's nuts.
Actually, F for flat. Can I have it in F flat, please?
F for flat. All right. Christmas balls, Christmas ball. Itching my brain hard. I can't come up with a rhyme because I am Amish.
Because I'm a retard.
Now, Mr. Amish, did I send you a song from the Electric Amish?
I'm afraid Mr. Amish,
No, you haven't. Go ahead and send it.
Mr. Amish has had to leave Discord because he realised that Discord utilises electricity. So yeah, he won't be able to talk anymore.
I sent it to you directly. It was a band that played for maybe 10 years and had a real cult following. They had some really good music, truth be told.
Wonder what would happen if there was an entire world, like an entire Earth that was just full of Amish people. I think it'd be based.
One of my best friends just punched out of the corporate rat race and started a string of smoke shops. He's doing great.
Lovely.
Yeah. He's got a lot of exciting things to say. He's got games to play. He's got good products. He's got a good location for his stores. He used to be in the financial services industry. He's really highly educated, lots of licenses. And this is what he's doing now. He's so happy.
Honestly, working for yourself is one of the most liberating things. Even when I wasn't doing so well, at least I knew that I could take a day off whenever I wanted. I could go on holiday whenever I wanted. I could go to some friends whenever I wanted. It's the ability to say, I'm doing what I want when I want, which is the best thing about not having a boss. And I think most people should try it, even if it doesn't work out for them. Just give it a go, because ultimately, a lot of people say that when you work for yourself, you're on the clock 24/7. I would rather be partially on the clock 24/7 than beholden to some paymaster,
Yeah, because if it's my problem to fix 24/7, then I can fix it and take care of it.
Exactly.
Yep, I'd rather have that too.
You can do it on your terms. That's so important, because a lot of the time it's like, oh, you got to fix this problem, but you got to do it with 12 caveats, which don't make any sense. Right. But when you're your own boss, you just fix it however you want.
Yeah, nothing like having to compromise on good industrial principles and conventions to satisfy the feelings of an emotionally sensitive workforce or boss.
Right.
Yeah, without going into detail, that's what I'm dealing with right now. And I'm looking to punch out.
Yeah.
I'm kind of working semi-retired now. I'm going to retire, maybe full business for myself. What a great idea.
I think if you're financially independent, it does take a lot of the stress out of working for someone else, because when you're completely financially dependent on one job, then obviously you lose that job and you're screwed, and that has a very large psychological impact on a lot of people. I think if you're in the position where, I could lose this job and it won't really matter, that's a much more healthy position to be in, whether it's part
Yeah,
time
there's
or whatever.
immense social pressure. Like if you get fired, when you get fired and your friends and family know about it, that sucks. That's a crappy feeling because it tells the world that you're undesirable in the workforce. You've got nothing of value to that employer. That's a hard thing to write down psychologically.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
You there, Amish?
Yeah, I was going to say real quick, my friend who punched out and opened smoke shops, he's also an Indian descent, so he's got a bit of a network. I don't.
So, Amish, but I can
Yeah,
barely wrap my head around this manifold stuff, man. I'd need it like broken down like I'm a 5-year-old. Interesting. 1, 2. Am I not coming through?
Einstein already provided the equations to make it work, so there you go.
Yeah, like I can sort of grasp the basic concept of like the mapping into Euclidean, right? But like that's about as far as I go, man. I'm not with this shit. But what we were talking about a few hours ago was some podcast style interviews with some of the server members, like with anybody actually, like anybody that wants to be interviewed, or doing some setting some hours aside for just a presentation. And you come to mind as one person who knows some stuff about some stuff.
Oh, really? Okay. I would be honored. I'd be honored to be included on a panel. I
Yeah, for
used to
sure.
not VC much for the first couple of years I was in the community. I just text skanked. So yeah, this is still kind of new. I've been more vocal since September.
Oh, for sure. Like, but this would be more like of a just a one-on-one thing where, like then,
Oh, okay.
everyone shuts up. It's either like an interview or just the one person just presents, like does a presentation, like in whatever format they want. And then
Like idea. That would be a great form. We have a lot of great people with Speculation Sunday with that format.
for sure, yeah. And then like they could get like an hour or something like that, and then open up the floor for questions and comments. And then
Yeah, I'd be totally down for that.
yeah, for sure. Then we could like clip it, like whether it's hopefully it's getting recorded. If it's not, like if there's no bot there, we'll get a bot in, record it, clip it, and like save it, and then like put it on Spotify and other places, like as a
That'd be sweet. It's like a
podcast.
reference material.
Yeah, absolutely. Testimonials,
totally.
like
Yeah.
testimonials.
That's funny, Twad, you bring this up. I was telling Shane St. Pierre and a couple others in back chats that I think this would be a good format too. I told them we should have like gold and above ranked members of 24/7 just do these testimonials on like a Sunday or something. We just do it. It's recorded, and then take Q&A after. I mean,
Yep,
there are
that's pretty much
dozens and dozens of us, so there's a lot of material.
Yep, hours and hours worth. Yep.
You could go, I could go, Morvis can go, Says Who can go, Aethergress can go, Quad can go, JE, Kembo Beats, Heretic Demok, Django. That's everyone in VC right now. Matthew Learns, we know about you already. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I guess you do know about me.
I still think you're a good Christian.
Oh, well, that's big of you. Thank you.
I consider you a brother in Christ, as much as people are frustrated by this topic. I would go to your church someday if offered.
It's hard to imagine that this topic would have anything to do with salvation. That like
I know
would influence your salvation or not.
I don't think it is salvific, personally.
Right.
I think it can be, but I don't think it's supposed to be or is.
Yeah. So my church and almost all churches are full of Globers. So you'd be welcome to our church too.
Just keep my mouth shut. I get it. It's all right.
Like in principle, you could take the word, like you could replace the word Samaritan in the Good Samaritan story with just about any sort of identification.
Yeah, it's true.
And then apply it to modern times.
Isn't it interesting how we have that parable, and then much, much, much later down the road in more recent history, we have things like the Book of Enoch in Paleo Hebrew, preserved by the Samaritans for the end times. And since the 1970s, that book has been gaining popularity. And in the first page of that book, it said, this book was written for the far distant future, towards the end times, so that they could read and comprehend what this says. And then the book disappears for thousands of years and pops up in the 1970s, in the West at least. And the older versions of it are written in Paleo Hebrew. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff with that, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Sure. And it has some very interesting things to say. And and it's quoted. His words are quoted by some of the apostles, disciples. Excuse me. And if you look at his he has a sermon in there, which is basically an inversion of the Sermon on the Mount.
Well, Enoch has a Sermon on the Mount. I didn't know that.
It's an inversion. It's inverted. It's like, so. Like, let's take an example. Like, blessed are those. Or in spirit, or whatever. Like, he does the opposite. He says, "Cursed are those with pride and arrogance," sort of thing. Like, it's like a whole. It's almost like Yeshua just reversed it all. Enoch.
That's really cool, man. Excuse me, I'm also doing yard work, so I'm pausing. It's actually kind of hard for me to do, so I'm gonna be AFK a bit. Swad, you got this?
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's all good, man. Whatever you got to do, you got to do.
All right, man, you got a good gravy gun, Swad. Go shoot that gravy.
Thanks, man. One of the most interesting lines from the Book of Enoch is that I find concerning cosmology, at least, is he says that people on the earth will come to err regarding the motion of the luminaries, and will also confuse them to be gods.
Yeah, it's interesting because we're past that now. We don't confuse the sun and the moon to be gods, and we don't have. There's no ambiguity about where they are. We have very precise predictions of where the sun and the moon will appear.
I would say that is now personified as a god.
Oh,
you defined
well,
it.
Who worships the sun and the moon these days? I don't think anybody does, do they?
Worship takes many forms. You just give something witness or attention, and you have worshipped it.
Well, I mean, a dog has intention, but I'm not worshiping the dog.
Well,
just using those terms, those names that we give them, is paying lip service.
Calling the moon? That's the definition of what a moon is, right?
Not so much the moon. I don't know if that has any real etymological connection to a god, like that name itself. But
we're sending Artemis to go make contact with Selene, which is the moon in Egypt. So you've got Selene, Selene, which is the moon. You're sending Artemis, the Greek god, to go consort with the female goddess.
Okay, so Americans don't call the moon Selene. Maybe Egyptians might worship the moon. I don't know. I mean,
Luna. You can call it Luna.
Yeah, yeah.
Feminine.
Luna
And
is the
Yeah, look,
Spanish word for moon, or the
you got all
Greek.
this
there you
occultism.
go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. So sorry, I'm just going to point out that see, they still do it, like with new things, like that involve going to or exploring these bodies. You know, that they name their vehicles and things after ancient pagan gods.
Yeah, I suppose they do. But I'm saying nobody worships the moon.
Well, hold
Just by
on,
calling
Matt.
the moon, it's not worshiping it.
So this all started under Jet Propulsion Laboratory before NASA, right? Are you aware of that part, Matt? So Jet Propulsion Laboratory preceded NASA and was founded by Jack Parsons, who
Right.
was a student of Aleister Crowley. So he began all of this Greek pantheon gods infusing NASA missions with Greek and Egyptian and Roman mythology.
Right.
Because
I'm
he
saying
tried
that
to get a girlfriend and he masturbated on magical tablets, hoping that Iwas, this medium, this alien, would send him a girlfriend. I wish I was joking, but this is the founder of Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He's a freaking wizard. He was a member of Ordo Templi Orientis, OTO. They
sounds like
are
a
a
Sabian.
very hardcore theosophical society.
Yeah, that sounds plausible to me.
Not plausible. Admit it. It's true. It's history.
Yes, I'm just saying that I don't worship the moon. That's what I'm saying. So
I know you don't. Yeah, none of us here do either. But the fun part is when these occultists can get normies, and they consider us that, right? Get normies to give witness and attention to all these things that they have set up as a giant stage, like a giant Greek play. And they watch us enjoy it. They're watching you enjoy this. They like seeing you enjoy Artemis launches because this is their occultism that they're putting on for you.
sure, but watching the moon rise and appreciating God's creativity and power in creating the creation doesn't have anything to do with worshiping the moon.
Completely agree. You're right. Yep.
But yeah, as far as the terminology goes, like if you adhere strictly to the word of God, he's basically said, I don't want to hear those words even coming out of your mouth. And look how, like, how we look at it today. It's in our everyday language. It's like the epitome of heresy.
It's very popular and common for occultists to love corrupting normies with their occultism. They love subjecting normal people to their ideas, their degeneracy, and seeing how they react. It's one of the main reasons behind the Greek plays in the first instance, to give the audience something tantalizing, something that they haven't really seen or considered before, that challenges them. I mean, that's a basis for
Well, a
Hollywood,
lot
pretty
of
much.
is, and a lot of people, even without being like having a Christian stance, point out like the hypocrisy of it and the meaninglessness of it and the selfishness of it. I mean,
Yeah.
they're spending like all this money on supposedly exploring space, right? When there's people suffering, and the word said, focus on those suffering, focus on the homeless, the orphans, the widows, etc. Give, don't take.
The space program is how governments masturbate. That's all there is to it.
So when they sent these probes out to explore the outer planets named Pioneer 10 or Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, so that's somehow worshiping the outer planets?
I'd say so.
Absolutely. Yes.
How
Because
is
like look, because what could that money have been spent on better?
it could have spent on helping the poor.
Right. So that's
Well,
putting something else which bears the names of gods.
Wait, Pioneer does? Pioneer and Voyager?
Yeah, yes. It places importance on exploration of things which we've named after pagan gods.
A pioneer is visiting
above
Kronos.
above the needs of others.
A Voyager is visiting Jupiter. Thor.
Yeah, so I call that planet Jupiter without any twinge of conscience at all. I just consider
I know.
Jupiter to be a name of that planet, and I repudiate the existence of any supposed god by that same name after which it was named. So I'm taking over the word Jupiter, declaring it to
in
be
Roman
meaning.
mythology.
Yes,
Jupiter.
I'm saying I'm taking that word Jupiter, repudiating and denouncing its previous meaning and using it to only describe the planet. So
I see what you're doing. Yeah, I like that. That's what Emperor Constantine did.
Mental gymnastic.
Not mental gymnastics, like going specifically and intentionally against the Greek false gods.
I know what you're getting at, Matt. It's inverting their occultism. Yep.
So,
It's
Mr.
why we
Amish,
have
let me ask
Christmas.
you a question. In many religious circles, there is a term ex opere operato.
Could you describe it?
Are you familiar with that term?
I operate in order to operate.
No. So ex opere operato, it's actually a term that our Eastern brothers and sisters use, Christian brothers and sisters use, but it has a little more context. What it means is by simply doing something, you get the full benefits of whether you knew it or not. So, for instance, like with the Holy Sacrament, the word was said, therefore, whether you knew it or not, you were partaking of the sacrament. So it seems to me that it's the same kind of concept that they have us partake in the rituals so that we are getting the full benefit of it from their eyes by just simply doing it. We don't even have to be aware that we're partaking in their Greek and Romanist rituals and such.
Spot on. J.E. Barrington, spot on. So, like, Martin Luther once said that he doesn't care who baptizes him. It could be a Muslim, because the baptism itself is consecrated, is like the Holy Spirit consecrates the holy water, not the person doing the baptism. You could take communion from a Muslim, he said, because it's the Holy Spirit that comes in. And
it's the word, right? It's the word in the water, or the word in the wine, and word in the bread. That's what it is that's what's doing it. And our Eastern, and I was nodding that to a certain particular conversation we recently had.
Yeah, thank you, J.E. And I brought it back to Western Protestantism under Martin Luther.
Yep. So it's more or less the same concept, just described very slightly different. And I'm sure that it is a concept that if we researched it, which I have a little bit over the years, that predates Christianity to a degree from a logical standpoint. And a lot of these cults, they get you to participate in the rituals without you knowing what they are, but to their theology, you are still getting the full benefit of. So by chanting the chant, saying the word, observing the play, whatever, you still get the full benefit of had you actually known what it was.
Listen, worship just simply means to revere something with and to regard it as having more importance than something else.
Time and attention
You will
constitutes worship.
Right, you will display that, you will portray that with your actions.
Bingo.
Right. So if we're sending chunks of like spending so much money on sending chunks of metal into the sky to explore things that just happen to pay lip service, doesn't matter that you've now think you have some sort of understanding that it's not some entity, some conscious being, right? It still shares its namesake.
Oh my
You
gosh!
are saying that bears more importance than the needs of human beings that are in need.
Twad. It's the same as like Darius the Great, who demanded only a pinch of salt from people to become subjects. That was enough for him to be satisfied with their worship of him as a deity. Even if they didn't consider him a deity, they wanted these people with whatever religious background they had to go before the king and grab some salt in a pinch of their hands and to let go of it in front of him.
Which
That's all he
represented
wanted,
worship.
and he wouldn't behead them anymore. That's it. But that constituted worship. It was good
Right.
enough for Darius.
Action, your actions, right? Exactly. Which
I agree.
Which is
Doing
saying
just a
to
pinch of salt and
others,
worshiping
I
Darius.
think this is of great importance. This thing.
Yeah. Daniel never prayed to Nebuchadnezzar. He never worshipped him.
I totally
gotta
agree.
go.
We should
I'll be
never
back
worship
later.
anything other than God.
Bingo. Yep. I agree, Matt. See you guys.
Easy.
In my opinion, that the scriptures clearly give a message that best way to worship, right? You ever make God and as Yahweh is show your selflessness and care and display care, concern for the well-being of others, of other people, each other. I don't think that.
Especially the widows and the orphans. That's right.
Right. Yeah, true religion. That's right. Yeah, James. Yeah. It's like anti-worship of yourself, basically. Anti-worship of even other human beings, because you're not saying that any one of them are more important than the other. Like the sheep and the goats. Sheep divided on one side, the goats on the other. He said, "Enter in now. For when I was hungry, fed me when I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was cold, you clothed me, blanket on me, things of that nature. They said, like, when did we do that, Lord? He said, whenever you did it, and he waved his arm at the sheep and the goats, entirety of the flocks, herds, and said, if you've done it unto the least of these, my children, then you've done it to me. You've worshipped me. In that you express reverence to him, goodwill to others. Every day we use terms, that relate back to um, mythological, religious, spiritual beliefs of various ancient cultures. Every time we say those words, we're saying that it was of significance, it was of meaning, it was of importance. We've learned to identify certain aspects, conceptual or non-conceptual, actual. These words are common everyday language. Yeah, there's these people out there that are supposed to be representing your best interest, right? You've supposedly chosen them to be in those positions to make pretty important decisions about everything. It's going to basically control your life, determine in what manner you will behave. You know, is it what you want? Is it what these people that the common people have supposedly designated and put into positions of power in order to dictate to you where you will go, what you will do. You are allowed to say what you aren't allowed to say. What level of quality of service this particular utility will be. Hospitals, protection services, your water, food, how much of it you'll be able to access, how much it will cost you. How much it will cost you to use a service which you've already given money to some people to have instituted anyway. Think about that. And people claiming that sending hunks of metal into the sky, into natural law violation, sky vacuum, study things that are benefiting you in any way.
Anybody even alive here?
This technology is shit is getting crazy. I reckon. And spyware. Devices being able to just scan you. Study you like biologically. Profile you biologically. Profile you socially, economically, politically. Everything. Know what you've got on you, any devices.
Yo, yo, yo. What's up, yo? Yo. What's up, Brizzler? Stop, stop, stop.
burning, all was burning, all was burning, all was burning, all was burning.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse. Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all 3 of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
I know that. Listen, people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just like shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
I'm ready. Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
and this is amazing, right?
It's specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So, you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Check out this map of the Arctic from the 16th century. There are 4 major land masses surrounding a polar sea with a massive magnetic rock in its center, called Rupus nigra, Latin words for black rock. If we do a quick search through raremaps.com's massive inventory for more like it, we find dozens of similar depictions. Here is one by Dutch cartographer Cornelis de Jode in 1593, another from one of the founders of the Dutch East India Company, Petrus Plancius, in 1594, and one last example, Abraham Ortelius's 1570 world map and what is considered the first modern atlas. So where did these depictions originate? Just as Terra Australis in the south, this mysterious land to the north can be traced back to ancient Greek writers. It was called Hyperborea, which loosely translates to beyond the north wind. These ancient writers didn't unanimously agree on everything about Hyperborea, including its location, other than it was to the north. One of the legends was that the sun rose and set just once a year, indicating that it was somewhere within the Arctic Circle. Despite this, it was also said to enjoy a moderate climate. Some of its other characteristics included having strong connections to Apollo, and being home to people as tall as 10 feet, that could live to be 1,000 years old. It was allegedly nearly invaded by an army of 10 million men from a neighboring island, but the army turned back when they realized the Hyperboreans could not be defeated. That's more than 5 times the number of soldiers that landed in Normandy in the first 3 days of the Allied invasion in World War II, which is generally accepted as the largest seaborne invasion in history. 2,000 years later, there were still stories about a mythical land to the north, though some things had changed. Let's go back to that first map shown, which is the most well known. It was created by someone you've probably heard of. Even if you don't recognize the name, you're at least familiar with his work. His name is Gerardus Mercator. He's known for his famous projection created for navigation that makes Greenland look like the size of Africa. It's also commonly used in classrooms and by navigational apps like Google Maps. However, as you can see on his world map, it would have been difficult to use for navigation in the Arctic region, though he did make a more accurately depicted Arctic region as an inset. But trade had been increasing over the 16th century between Europe and the East Indies, and it was a long journey between them. The route at the time was south and around Africa. A northeast passage could reduce shipping times to and from the East Indies from 2 years or more to about 6 months. It would also help avoid many hazards such as run-ins with rival nations, wear and tear on ships, tropical diseases, and the still mysterious disease scurvy. 1 in 5 ships and 1 in 3 employees of the Dutch East India Company never came back from the round Africa route. With the growing interest, Mercator dedicated a map to the Arctic, which was actually published by his son Romuald Mercator in 1595, the year after Gerardus' death. It's also the first standalone map of the Arctic region. Mercator, and probably other cartographers going at least as far back as 1492, got their information from a book titled Itinerarium, which was written by Jacobus Noyen. This book summarized a travelogue titled Inventio Fortunata, meaning fortune discovery. This book was by a 14th century Franciscan friar and mathematician who claimed to have explored the region in 1360 on behalf of Edward III of England. Johannes Rouse cited Inventio Fortunata on his 1507 world map. But Jacobus Noyen never actually saw this book. He received this information from a priest who said he had met the author of Inventio Fortunata when the man gave him an astrolabe in exchange for a Bible. Mercator wrote on his world map, "We have taken the Arctic geography from the Itinerarium of Jacobus Noyen of the Hague, who makes some citations from the Gesta of Arthur of Britain. However, the greater and most important part he learned from a certain priest at the court of the King of Norway in 1364. In 1577, Mercator wrote a letter to English astronomer John Dee about the Arctic region and referenced Itinerarium once again. In this letter, he wrote, "In the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool, into which there empty these 4 indrawing seas, which divide the north. And the water rushes round and descends into the earth just as if one was pouring it through a filter funnel. It is 4 degrees wide on every side of the pole, that is to say, 8 degrees altogether, except that right under the pole there lies a bare rock in the midst of the sea. Its circumference is almost 33 French miles, and it is all magnetic stone, and is as high as the clouds, so the priest said, who had received the astrolabe from this Minorite in exchange for a testament, and the Minorite himself had heard that one can see all round it from the sea, and that it is black and glistening, and nothing grows thereon, for there is not so much as a handful of soil on it." The friar also claimed to have encountered pygmies. It's unclear if the original book, Inventio, is the source of this concept about the North Pole. A similar story was written by the historian Gerald of Wales in the late 12th or early 13th century. Here is what he had to say. "Not far from the isles towards the north there is a monstrous gulf in the sea, towards which all sides the billows of the sea, coming from remote parts, converge and run together as though brought there by a conduit. Pouring into these mysterious abysses of nature, they are as though devoured thereby, and should it happen that a vessel pass there, it is seized and drawn away with such powerful violence of the waves that this hungry force immediately swallows it up, never to appear again." By the 1630s, Mercator's depiction of the region disappeared from maps, due to real discoveries and competing theories about the region. Holes in the story were even appearing to Mercator. While the magnetic rock seemed like a somewhat logical explanation as to why a compass would point north, this wasn't actually where the magnetic North Pole was located. Mercator knew this, and tried to explain away the discrepancy by adding a second rock. But it would still be nearly another 300 years of theories, rumors, and lies about the geography of the Arctic. Before I end this video, thank you to RareMaps.com for sponsoring this video. RareMaps.com is an online antique map shop with over 10,000 maps in their inventory, which includes most of the maps you saw in this video, such as Mercator's Arctic map. Theirs is actually a first edition. Even if you don't plan on purchasing, they're a great resource for learning. I often start my research for my videos with them. Again, that's RareMaps.com. And that's all for this video. If you enjoyed it, please hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you all for watching.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
with the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you, for 100%, guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming
just
it.
Assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We can get really close. Like, I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any sign. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like, whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Corpuscle?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose. Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Corpuscle? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's
what.
Nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. That just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah. To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what's...
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before. So.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you!
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we talking
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking
I
on
believe
Discord?
so, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be, necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go. Are you sure about that? How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right,
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch!
Oh my God! It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
I started to question things like my own beliefs and my own existence. Like, how does this work? What is the mind? There's this voice that keeps saying shit. What is the truth? What do I know? Am I the body or am I the soul? If I was to die, where would I go? Do I even matter if this is how it goes? But when I woke up, you know what I realized? I am the soul and this body is just my vehicle. And with that awakening came so much more information about the system and how it works. Cause if you know the truth, you regain self-control. Not even a remote chance to get programmed or deceive no more. You start to do some research. That's researching what you think you know when you find out that the Earth is actually not a spinning globe. What the fuck are you saying? You sound so damn insane. But it's true, we live on a planet flat and stationary. The truth will set you free. Won't go back to that mental celling. Now I live my life in peace, which back then couldn't do if you paid me. Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised, we'll find the truth real deep inside. When I see with no CGI.
Tactical error, crack like a mirror. Eric Dubé bringing lyrical terror. Hate speech Al-Qaeda, but my rhymes are tighter. I rap for the masses, tracks full of classics. Masterful, plastered with factual fanfare. Banned, but I'm back to attack with a fair share of crap that I can't bear. Cause I'm a care bear. Where is the justice we need to come up in? 19.5 billion per year is what we pay them just to hear. We're spinning right round the Milky Way, waiting on the sun to die one day. But that isn't happening, that is inaccurate. Stick to the facts, not fear-mongering rocket masons or liars. NASA are masons, masons that lie like they're snakes in the garden. The sun isn't dying, your soul is immortal, and so is the solace of solar return. You will ever remember in embers and flames the end of December dismemberment plan. It's a good band. By the way, watch what they say. Everything your government tells you is fake, especially anything about outer space. The only thing they could ever make I would rate is every politician's fucking head on a plate. But we're probably never gonna see that day, cause everybody's living in their rainbow way, with no real men left, cause they've all turned gay.
Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised, we'll find the truth will deep inside. When I see the sky, the sun, the moon, they seem alive. Wish I could fly, so I could see my home with no CGI. Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised, we'll find the truth will deep inside. When I see the sky, the sun, the moon, they seem alive. Wish I could fly, so I could see my home with no CGI.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we wanna know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars, the Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat then we'll fall off the edge, but if it is a spinning ball we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the gripping imprint of Putin on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the super-states that preceded it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. To the destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. To the destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. The destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. The destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace to the destruction of human freedom, human freedom, human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace to the destruction of human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. Human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the gripping imprint of Putin on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the super-states that preceded it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. Truth is a menace. The destruction of human freedom. Human freedom. Human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. Truth is a menace. The destruction of human freedom. Human freedom. myself after every dictator who has ever planted the written imprint of a book on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Miko Ladahut and his infinite radius celestial sphere.
Nico Delahut. Dahut.
Come on, don't be shy now.
What's going? Oh, you guys have lobby. He was in the lobby. Nico, were you in the lobby?
BC check-in. Text.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, you can
There
speak
we go.
now. Go ahead.
Okay. I was not allowed before.
All right, so real quick, because I already heard that you were talking before, but can you just tell us how you found us, right? A link or whatever, and then tell us what your position is on the topic of the server.
Alors, how do I find you? I found you months ago by following an invite on another server. I come here, I come to discuss, telling I'm a globber, presenting the fact I present, and I get sent to cock this here, so I left.
All right, so I gave you the globe earth role, so there you go. And Nico, so what evidence can you present that the earth is a globe, Nico?
What evidence? Observation of a ship building island disappearing behind the curve. I can give you celestial navigation, or it's done with a globe. I can do it traditionally Cartesian type, mathematically explain.
Well, pick one. I would say pick one, Nico, and let's just talk about that one first, because you got a bunch of them coming out. Just pick one and let's talk about that one. How about that? You can choose any one you want.
Celestial navigation.
All right, that sounds like Chris's wheelhouse. Chris, you want to come in here? Oh, just one moment. I want to see if Chris is here. Chris, can you hear me?
I'm gonna keep calling him Jedi.
I know, me too. I don't know why did you take Jedi off, bro? All right, well,
you're always cool to me.
You can continue. Go ahead and present your evidence, and you can talk about it a little bit, and then we'll.
So we'll start by the basic of celestial navigation: the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is a sphere all around us, and the main particularity of this sphere is it has an infinite radius. It is not specified anywhere how far are the stars. And that is not a problem for the globe, because it just means that the star angle with Earth is the same all over Earth. And that was the main point that allow globe to make celestial navigation. So, I'm curious, how do you deal with this definition of the celestial sphere to having an infinite radius? So that means the star distance from anywhere on Earth is not known. How can that make the celestial navigation work on flat Earth?
All right, so I'll take the panel. I'm gonna leave you guys. Whoever wants to go first, and anything he just said, and see if Nico.
Oh man,
can...
I want. Please.
I don't.
Everyone wants in.
I think everybody wants in, but Kiwi, I let you go. I don't know, flying between you and him. You guys decide who's gonna go first between you and flying high. Like I don't.
Well, please, my friend, go ahead. Celestial navigation is my jam, especially based on mathematics. Please go ahead.
I won't take away what the question you might want to ask, Kiwi. So I'll let Flying and you. Flying, if you want to go first.
Good. If he's onto it, let him go. Oh, good.
All right, he's yielding the floor to you, Kiwi.
All right, perfect. So here's my question. Celestial navigation, what mathematic principle is that based on? What mathematic principle is celestial navigation based on?
You can make it on a non-Euclidean spherical geometry.
So geometry, you agree?
Oh, yes.
Perfect. So trigonometry, you agree? Trigonometry would be the aspect of mathematics for that?
Okay, if you want to go Cartesian type, we can do with trigonometry.
Okay, fine. So the aspect of trigonometry, the study of three sides to an object, is that correct?
No, it's just angle.
Okay, but trigonometry, last time I checked, three sides of an object, that would make it a three-sided object. What's a three-sided object?
It's a triangle.
Three angles, perfect. So those three angles have to add up to what in order for it to be a three-sided three-sided object?
On a flat plane, it will be 180 degrees.
Well, we haven't even brought in the aspect of the flat plane as of yet. I'm just trying to understand that if we're dealing with a three-sided object, you get three angles. Those angles would add up to what?
Yeah, 180 degrees on a flat plane.
Perfect. So again, my question to you is, if it's a tangential relationship, how can the celestial body be based on a sphere when you're dealing with a flat baseline?
We don't deal with flat baseline at all. You deal with the...
How does celestial navigation work without the study of three sides? How do you introduce a spherical object into a trigonometry-based calculation?
Because you will get only one angle out of your reading. You don't get any distance. Only after, when you apply it to a circle, you will have this angle that you will need to apply to get the distance from the GP.
So this is the idea of spherical excess, then?
No.
Well, again, if we're trying to observe a celestial body and we're using angles to calculate it, using like a sextant to observe the horizon, figure out your angles, again, my question to you is, how do you introduce a sphere in using celestial navigation to observe these things and make these calculations? These are questions to you again.
Okay. So you will measure an angle from the horizon to the star. That is using just an angle. No.
But how do you measure that angle? That's my question.
With a sextant.
Okay.
A sextant has different mirror, well placed, that you will be able to misalign these two mirrors. To have in one half of the mirror you will have the horizon, and the other half you will have the star. And by moving the limb of the sextant, you will be able to get them aligned and read an angle.
Can you define what an angle is? Can you define what an angle is?
An angle is defined by two lines. So one line is a two point. Two line you need a minimum 3 points. So you'd have 3 points. The point on the horizon, the observer, and the star. Here is your angle.
So are they straight lines or are they curved?
Okay.
No, you can't laugh at that, though, my friend, because this is a question. Again, because you on a globe model, you have to bring in a curve in order to start observing these things. And with trigonometry, we need three straight lines to create these angles.
No, you don't need to have a curve to measure an angle. You just need 3 points to measure an angle.
Right. And those connections, what you're measuring, are straight segments. That's what's defined in a three-sided object. Straight lines.
Yes.
So again, how do you introduce a curve into that observation? Because the curve would throw off your angles.
Yeah, the curve is used with the deep correction. So you can check like with the 176 root of h.
Yeah, just real quick. Hang on, Nico, 1 second. Nico, 1 second before you continue. I just wanted to add a point before King's Clown Kiwi. before you forget, I do want to play a clip of just when you came in here, Nico, just to remind everybody where we're at with this. Okay, it's only like 23 seconds, so just allow the clip to play. You can talk about it a little bit, and then we'll.
So we'll start by the basic of celestial navigation, the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is a sphere all around us, and the main particularity of this sphere is it has an infinite radius.
Infinite radius. So I'll kick it back to.
Thank you.
And that's
thank you to bring back my questions that have not been answered.
Well, I'm waiting for Kiwi and Flying High to.
Yeah, so I'll withdraw for this, but it's just the idea of the celestial sphere, right? I agree with you that there is the azimuthal grid of observability if you'd like to go there, but we're not at a place where we're going to use the sky, the stuff that occurs up in the sky, to prove what we're standing upon. This is the point. And the suggestion of an infinite radius is a very, very questionable claim on your part. Sorry, Flying High, if you want to go ahead, please.
Yeah, again, I was just going to ask, when he's standing on the Earth, where is he measuring this angle from? Is he standing in the center of the Earth on this celestial plane that he requires?
That is,
or are you standing on a curved surface on the surface?
No, that's why I start by the celestial sphere of an infinite radius. Because with this simplification, because you can make the calculation for it with a star with light years away, it will make a difference because it's given by the second the position of the star. It will make no difference to consider.
Mate, what's the GP angle underneath the star?
The GP angle?
Yeah, what is it?
Where is it, the GP angle?
So underneath it, hold on, because obviously English isn't your first language. The GP, ground position of the star. So under every star, what's the GP?
What the GP? It will be given to depend which reference you take by the era and the declination, or it will be given by the GHA plus the SHA and the declination. So the GP is the position where the star will be at 90 degrees over the surface of Earth. To be at the zenith of this position. The GP, the star is at the zenith of this position on the ground. So the GP angle, perhaps you are talking about the other sign formula to get the distance. That is what I will continue with. Otherwise, you will have the deep correction. Applying the deep correction with function to the 8, and it's based on a curve, on a sphere. You will be able to have where is your astronomical horizon. After that, you will apply the refraction correction and some small stuff like that, and you will get your altitude. And from this altitude, you will remove it from 90 degrees, and you will have your co-altitude. And the co-altitude angle is equal to the angle there is between the observer, the center of Earth, and the GP. And that is possible using the celestial sphere of infinite radius.
Well, I'd put it to you that the dip correction is just the eye height correction to sea level, where the observer is standing.
Yes, 1.76 square root of h. And if you apply the trigonometry of the sphere to get this same deep angle, you will see that it's equivalent to less than a second. It's derivated. You can find easily on Google how this 1.76 root of h is derivated from the sphere for the deep correction.
Well, I think the point of this is that seeing the stars that we see do not prove whether the Earth is a globe or not, but measuring elevation angles from sea level would definitely be evidence of a flat plane.
No, because we don't measure it from sea level. We measure it from a height above sea level to the horizon.
And then we do eye correction to sea level.
No, you make eye correction to get your astronomical horizon at the height of the observer.
Okay, so and just to confirm, so if I'm using the sextant and I'm, say, 6 feet tall and I'm observing, i.e., I'm lining up the base of my sextant with the horizon, right? Therefore, I can negate. That means I don't have to pay attention to anything underneath my eyesight line. Therefore, I don't need to pay any attention to, quote, dip correction, or this dip correction that you're referring to. Because, again, I'm observing the horizon line. Hold on a second here. Well, I'm observing the horizon line, and the horizon is defined as where the floor meets the ceiling. That's the extent of where I can see to. So if I'm measuring to that point, there's no dip correction that I have to use. Now, if I'm viewing the horizon from an elevated plane, let's say from the mast of a ship, the way that they would have observed it using navigation of these waters back in the day, that would require a bubble sextant, which is where this height would be accounted for. So I'm again observing the horizon line. It's a straight shot from my eyesight line to that horizon line. Please go ahead.
No, no, I would disagree. From 6 feet ahead, you don't know which angle you will have to remove from a vertical. If you use a vertical, a bubble sextant, yes, you can bypass the dip correction because you will have directly your angle from your astronomical horizon. And I don't see from 6 feet. You apply also the dip correction. So it will be.
So wait a minute. You're telling me that you mean to tell me, and based on what you're referencing, that the observer has nothing to do with the horizon that they're viewing. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct. I said the astronomical horizon. Astronomical horizon is horizontal at the observer, c'est-à-dire perpendicular to its vertical, and it has a dip to the visual horizon. The visual horizon is all time lower than the astronomical horizon.
But so you're saying there's two different horizons then?
Yeah. No, I said there is only one. Visual horizon. After I talk about the astronomical horizon. This one is not visible. It's from your.
Can you see the mainstream
horizontal? Huh?
Can you see the mainstream text chat? Because I've just clipped something out of a instruction manual on this that clears up the dip correction that you're referring to.
VC voice text, no? Which chat is it? Live stream voice text?
Yeah.
And, no. Who I should look for?
1140 flying high.
1140 flying high. Oh, okay, data is coming. Allez, come on.
Yeah. Well done.
I cannot hear you right now because it's downloading the picture. I'm walking in the street, so I cannot hear you.
The live stream voice text at 11:40 p.m. posted by Flying High.
I'm on it. I'm on it. Just not downloading.
You're replying to it, dude, and tagging me too. You should be able to hit it. Corey just hit you up. It's an important point for you to understand.
Yes. Oh, yes, this one from WikiHow.
So if you're an engineer, you say you're an engineer, right? And we're posting these tools showing you how they're used. What type of an engineer are you, my friend?
I'm a ship engineer. I'm building ship.
Ship engineer?
Yes.
What's the size? What's the biggest size of a level that you've used?
The biggest size of a level on a ship?
That you've used, yes, that's correct.
We use a level when we are in dry dock, and the biggest one will be 3 meters.
Okay, so quite sizable level then, so you're familiar with it. So you agree that if you want to measure something that you're working with, you have to sit a measuring device on that thing that you're measuring versus looking up in the sky and presupposing that that thing that you're measuring is level. Does that make sense?
Yes, okay, I will go with it.
Well, no, I mean, it's a valid point. You're an engineer. That means I can appeal to your intelligence, right, about the things that you use in your everyday life to measure things. So you agree that if you're measuring something, you should be touching it. Is that correct?
No. We are using also theodolite and stuff like that, and we are the target is pretty far away. My arms is not 150 meters
You're
long.
not going to obfuscate away from what I just asked you directly. Now, again, you work on a ship. You just admitted to using a 3-meter size level, which is pretty substantial. It's 9.84 feet. Now, again, the question being, you agree, yes or no, that if you're going to measure something, you should be touching it?
No, I disagree.
Okay, I'll withdraw at that point. Thanks, boys.
Yeah. With a sextant, with the right, with auto level, you are not touching the object.
Well, again, my friend, I'm sorry to be so, specific, but as an example, back in the day when I was measuring buildings, I would have to literally be touching the building. I wouldn't dare take a laser and just point at the 2 corners of the building and say, yeah, they're 150 feet in length. I would take a tape measure to it, or a site measure, survey measuring tape to it, and measure the building, i.e. touch it, right? So when you talk about working on a ship and you said that you've used a 3-meter length level, that to me tells me that if you say wanted to measure the ship's deck or the counter, let's say, that's sitting on the ship, you would put a level on top of it, and oh hey, the 2 mediums within that level would show you level, right? So I have a hard time understanding that you're going to point up at celestial bodies to say, hey, the surface that we're working upon is flat, when you can actually take an opportunity to view all the different structures that are built upon this realm, realizing that they all observe level, which speaks to your intellectual honesty because you're an engineer. So that's why I'm trying to just figure out what aspect of it that you will appeal to.
Yes, and your question was, do you need to touch the things to measure? To measure? Did you measure? Come on, didn't you need to touch to measure? No, you don't have to touch. You will take a laser thermometer, you will measure the temperature, you will not be touching the piece. And luckily for you, because it's quite hot.
Okay. Thank you for your time, my friend. If anybody else wants to...
you don't have to be touching to measure.
Quick question. How would our friend measure the Earth?
Oh?
Yeah, how would you measure the terrestrial, not the celestial up above? How would you measure the terrestrial on the Earth? How would you measure the Earth?
Oh, will I measure the Earth? Or perhaps I will go easy and Eratosthenes style.
Say it again. I'm sorry. I think our language or our accent is getting in the way.
Oh, I know. My accent is very sharp. So I will go easy and I will go Eratosthenes style.
Would you ever try to prove 8 inches per mile squared of the ball or sphere of 59 miles? Would you ever try to go prove that you have an 8 inches per mile squared drop of any distance? Would you go do that?
I already did it. That with
when did you do it? When did you do it?
No. I already did it by observing the ship's visible part compared to its distance.
You determined agents per mile squared by, again, our accents are getting in the way. You determined the 8 inches per mile squared by looking at boats on the water.
Yes.
You actually did. Now let me ask you this: looking left, right, and over 20, 30, 40 miles, have you ever seen Earth curvature looking left, right?
No, you cannot. It's too feeble. It's only if you take a picture like that on this distance, it will be only less than 1 pixel for a 1000 pixel wide picture.
Are you into pixels now? Are you into pixels now?
Yes, because
Okay, all right.
It's just a ratio, because I will not look my eyes. I will not use my eyes. My eyes are not a good measuring tool.
Here, okay. I want to get this right, and then I'm going to excuse myself from this conversation. You said that you can't use your eyes. Is that correct? Or you can't trust your eyes?
You can't trust your eyes. Did you ever see an optical illusion?
So you're saying, looking straight out, that you can see boats going over the horizon at, if you're 6 feet observation height, they will start to disappear at 3 miles, and that there is nothing else that can be going on as far as atmospheric conditions above the water. So you're assuming that it is going over the horizon. Now, have you gone back the next day and looked at it exactly the same way, at looking at something on the horizon the next day? Well, you can see that the atmospheric conditions above the water can change day to day, if not hour to hour.
Yes.
Okay. So do you actually take a concerted effort, like I do, to look through some magnification like my P1000, and to see that there are atmospheric conditions going on every day that we can't assume, and that when we look at a boat leaving us, that the next day it may not be leaving us? Can you predict the atmosphere?
Can I predict? You can roughly predict it, if you know, because it's very difficult to what is the name in English? To foresee what will be the refraction if you don't know what the weather will be the next day.
Okay, well, last question, and then I'll leave, or I'll stop. You can predict atmospheric conditions from day to day. Is that correct?
You can measure it on the instant.
Okay, then I'm done, guys. Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
But someone will tell me how it works on a flat Earth celestial navigation.
What Kiwi just did. Why is it so important to you that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Not at all. Not at all.
Why is it so important for you to come on a Flat Earth Discord 24/7 and try to convince us that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? You're taking time out of your day, maybe your work day. Why is it so important to you that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
I'm just come to the argument.
Okay. All right. Thanks for listening.
So the last thing I'll say, or since Jim mentioned it and you asked the question, how does celestial navigation work on a flat plane? So number one, celestial navigation has been done since the 1700s, before this topic even came into existence. Again, the perversion started in 1960. Sextants have been around since the 1700s. The idea is everything is based. Hold on. No. You asked, and I'm going to make these points, and I'm going to withdraw because you asked the question. I don't have to prove anything to you. I'm making these statements. There's nothing to be confused about.
Okay, no.
Sextants, everything is based on trigonometry, which is the study of three-sided objects. Three sides make an object. That's called a triangle. Those internal angles all add up to 180 degrees. That matches the horizon. These are facts. These are points. Everything is used based on a tangential relationship. Sine, cosine, tangent, SOHCAHTOA, which gives you the angles and the height relationships between all of those line segments, which all have to be straight and all equal up to 180 degrees. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so I'm using one angle, and for your triangle, you need to know at least.
Hang on, Nico.
At least once.
Nico,
okay.
One second. I would just like to make a statement to the panel. It's okay. You guys don't have to say this is the last thing I'm going to say and then not speak, because we want you guys to keep speaking. So I want to encourage you guys to know that you can keep continuing to speak. You don't have to say this is the last thing I'm going to say and I won't speak again, because obviously we got somebody in here that we want you to speak to. So just be inclined to open your mic and talk to these guys again, because they're not going to leave until they go. That's it. But yeah, don't say this will be the last thing, because we want you guys to continue to speak to these guys. You guys that are new to the server, anyway. I'm just saying that so you guys can know. Please talk to him some more.
Thanks, Mayhem.
Yeah, I don't want you guys to stop talking to him, because he doesn't know. Nico is coming from the camp of the anti-flat Earth movement, which is, against what we're doing. So I would just ask the panel: is there anybody else other than Kiwi and Jim that would like to chime in and talk to Nico? Now that we got somebody from that camp, I'm eating right now. It'd be too easy for me right now. I don't want to.
I think I got
interact with him. Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah. So, do you actually think that flat Earth is some sort of plague on the mindset of humanity, or is that just being provocative to start conversation or something like that?
If you read well, I write flat Earth is a plague to knowledge, not to humanity. To human knowledge, not to humanity. And it's deliberately provocative to make FE react.
Yeah, can you parse that out? What do you think that means? Do you know what you know and what human knowledge? What would it mean? So you know the Earth is a globe. What does that mean? Okay, so you've got knowledge, right?
It changed nothing to be a globe or a flat Earth for my everyday life.
So how can it be a plague to nothing?
It's a plague to have all people telling wrong stuff, like we hear from the flat Earth.
All right, from the side of.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say from the side of the panel. Let's not divine a guy who's anti-flat Earth. We already know his position, so we don't have to divine his thoughts in that. Let's just go into the arguments. That would keep it concise to how he doesn't have an answer to that. So we don't have to keep continuing to go to the character. I know this guy, so his character is an anti-flat Earther. We don't have to divine his thoughts any longer. We just go into the arguments and debunk those. So let's go to the arguments, guys.
Well, I'd like to say that the way that you stated that you measured the Earth by watching boats go over a horizon is not a measurement at all. You've made an observation, and that horizon moves daily. It is apparent, and we can clearly see that has to do with angular resolution. Secondly, your sextant argument, we clearly know that we need two straight lines to form an angle, and we're doing that at sea level. You have no argument there. Who has directly measured the Earth? How have you ever, or whoever has directly measured the Earth?
I will answer. So, what I did for the 8-inch, I just not only observe the boat, I observe how much of the boat was out, because I knew this boat a bit, this boat. And I knew how deep it was. I knew the draft and everything. I knew how much of the ship was out of the water. I knew also by observation how much of the ship was out of the water. I knew also how far the ship was away from me. And with this number,
just quickly, how did you know that?
I did that because I can see where the horizon was cutting the ship. I can see it was just at the upper deck of the ship.
So is this with a device or is this with your eyes?
Yeah.
Huh?
Was this with your eyes, or what were you using to see this ship out on the horizon to see that it was going up down?
With binoculars.
So how did you make a direct measurement?
By looking where the horizon was.
So how did you make a direct measurement? You're not answering the question. Looking is not a measurement.
See, I was looking where the horizon was on the ship. I knew the ship was my scale.
How did you make a direct measurement? You have not answered the question. How is observing with your eyes, with your binoculars, what the ship is doing on the horizon that moves every day due to atmospheric conditions? How have you made a direct measurement?
I have the ship is my scale. It was the horizon was cutting the ship at the upper deck. I knew the ship was at 26 meter and 5 centimeter from the baseline. I knew the draft was at a little bit less than 7 meter. So I knew which part of the ship was out of the water, and I was not seeing all these parts. These 19 meters were missing, and I knew my position, and I knew the position of the ship also. So I knew the distance with it.
But
with
you
that
just,
also,
sorry,
I knew
Nico. You just keep saying, I know the distance. What Flying is asking you is how. With the Black Swan, we know the distances because they're at set distances from the shore. If you're just looking out over the water, you don't know the distance.
I have my GPS position and I have the GPS position of the ship.
Yeah, he's trying
to that's what he was asking you.
All he's done is try to calculate the distance.
And regardless of that, looking through a pair of binoculars at a ship at a distance that appears to be compressing into the horizon is not measuring curvature. So who has directly measured the surface of the Earth? You haven't answered the question.
Because after applying, because I knew also the temperature of water and the temperature gradient and the atmospheric pressure and all, you can have, because people have been doing this calculation, this measurement to define what will be the refraction coefficient, and I was able to make the radius of to calculate the radius of Earth from this measurement and arriving to the radius of Earth.
And what is the radius of Earth?
Around 6,370 kilometers. And my result was 410 kilometers.
Anyone in here tell me if I'm wrong, but if I ask you to take a direct measurement of something, do you go and look at some distances and have a look at it with your binoculars?
Hell no. You would measure the thing directly.
You will measure the thing directly.
And that was my point when asking him earlier. Do you touch the thing that you're measuring? He stated that you just not touch it. But again, hard surfaces, not mediums that we're measuring. We need to check these things. So based on your dimension, then, 6,000 kilometers, my friend, the question being, what is the expected drop over distance then, if we're dealing with a sphere on our feet?
What is the expected
drop over distance if we're dealing with a sphere at our feet?
See, so the drop will be from below your feet. Below your feet, you will be looking at 8 inch per square mile to around 1,000 kilometer distance. It's 1,000 kilometers, 700 miles.
Okay, here's the thing. Though. I need you to cut straight to the brass tacks. I need you to cut straight to the... Well, no, because you presented the dimension, and I'd like you to know, for the audience's perspective, if I'm standing in one spot and then I travel, let's say, 100 miles, 130, I think, kilometers, something like that, what would be the expected DOD, drop over that distance traveled, if I'm dealing with sphere at my feet?
So you will have at your feet. So you mean looking your eyes in the ground, half in the ground. You don't take into consideration the height of the observer.
No, I take into account I'm standing in one spot as the observer. Now that same observer is going to go travel 100 miles, get in a car, whatever. Now when he moves, there's going to be a drop over that distance that he travels. Because again, you're stating that we're dealing with a round surface. So you presented the mathematics, and I'm asking you specifically, what is the expected drop over distance? Because I can tell you what it is. I want to know if you know what it is.
So first, you will have to calculate how far is the horizon from you. So you will get it from the height of your observer. So you can reverse the 8 inch per square mile to get an approximation of it. And you remove this distance horizon to the distance of your target, and you apply also again the 8 inch per square mile, the normal way, to get what will be the hidden distance.
What is the drop over distance over 100 miles on your 3959 mile fairy tale?
I will not do it the calculation above my head. But if you want to apply with standard refraction, you will not use 8. You will not use 8 inch per square mile, but you will use around 6.7 inch per square mile.
So what? Can I just cut straight? Hold on a second, Jim. If I can just cut straight to it to show you the fact that this doesn't seem to show up. It's 100 miles that we travel on that sample size, and based on 100-mile travel distance, there would be a 1.25 mile drop over distance. So again, the question to you is, where does that show up? Because we can't seem to find it.
So, did you see 800 meter mountain at 100 miles?
My friend, we're not going to bring into observing mountains in the distance. Again, my question to you specifically on its face is, if we travel 100 miles in distance, there should be a 1.25 mile drop over that distance traveled. We don't seem to see that when we interact with the surface. So again, question to you is that what they dress up in this explanation of refraction? Where a temperature-based phenomenon can actually change the surface that we're walking upon? Is that really the story that you're believing?
No. So now you are telling that you are walking the distance. Mark said you are walking the distance. So you tell me you can feel that the ground is not straight, that is dropping 8 inch over a mile. Is what you are telling me? Your feet are very sensitive.
You're the one making the claim that there is a curve that shows up. But what I'm going to say to you is that the higher we go, whether it's in a helicopter, maybe things like the CN Tower in Canada, our horizon line is always straight. I'll withdraw. Sorry, somebody's going in. Please.
Alexa, mute up. You're hot micing.
Sorry, I was unmuted.
You're right, Kiwi. Go ahead.
Thanks, dude. So the last point I'll be making, I got to jump into a work meeting, but the one thing I want to say is that whenever we gain altitude, we go up higher and higher. We just seem to see that the floor continues to meet the ceiling the further out we go, whether that's over land, water, whatever. And that tells you that we're dealing with a structure that has a flat baseline. Because if we were dealing with something that had a set dimension, 3959 claimed radius, then as I go up, that horizon line would start to curve, and the curve would start to show itself, i.e. the skirt would start to lift, but we don't see that. So again, my question to you is, where does your curve start to show up? 1.25 mile drop over 100 miles. Please, go ahead.
Where it will start to show, so you will need to define your angle of view, how much side to side you will have, and you will calculate. And you will see that you will need to go pretty high, higher than any mountain on Earth, to be starting to be able to detect a curve left to right. But you don't need that. You just need to go to sea level and to see that you will compress all that and stuff get hide behind the horizon.
Okay, so you are willing to entertain compression over distance, or you're not willing to entertain compression over distance?
Compression. I don't think you get how I use compression. Yeah.
I don't think you get how no, it's not how you use it, it's how it actually works in real life, i.e. the boat sails away from you in the horizon, it gets compressed into the horizon line as it sails off into the distance. Somebody seeing that boat on the opposite side of things, i.e. the opposite end of where you are, sees the boat coming towards them, and the boat starts to decompress, i.e. get bigger. So these are two perspective-related things that show up. So again, the question to you is, if somebody's seeing it, let's say, come back over the curve towards them, that seems to be visual compression displaying itself. Just like when I'm in the hallway, I stand up and I notice that the lights on the ceiling of that hallway get closer together.
Yes.
Visual compression, perspective again. So my question to you is, where is the curve, man?
And I will ask you, where is the compression when it's why the ship is at the same distance? Why only the bottom of the ship will be compressed and not the top? Why
because the bottom is the closest thing to the bottom, the closest thing to the floor, i.e. the floor meeting the ceiling. If you had a plane at the ceiling sailing off into the horizon, the reverse would happen. Don't try to answer my question with a question.
So, yes. So I should be able to find mathematics about this compression that works better than the globe to tell me how much will be hidden.
If you would like to introduce a poisoning the well like mathematics, sure, but let's try to observe things for what they are before we try to introduce a language that came after the fact. The Earth is the Earth before all languages existed.
Yeah, and
so why do I need to learn a language in order to understand the surface that I'm walking on?
Why do I see the ship disappearing without compression? Just the bottom do not get compressed. I don't see any gradual distortion. It's a neat cut on the ship.
Yeah, that's how flat Earth works, my man. That's how flat Earth works.
Yes. Yeah, but I have difficulty to wrap my head around how you can make any use of that.
Well, you guys are the ones saying that the boat's going over a hill of water. We're not saying that.
Yes. No, it's not a hill of water. It's just a dropping continuously from your point.
Yeah, that would be a hill of water, man.
No, you're all time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, of water. That's what I'm saying. Water doesn't do that.
Nico,
anywhere.
Why did you say that, bro?
Yeah, because
why did you say that?
Tell me, you are not from your point on your vertical. You are not at the highest point on the sphere.
Are you on top of the hill? Are you on top of the hill of water, Nico?
No, I'm not. I'm on the ground right now. I'm not on the ship.
No, when you're on a ship, bro. When you're on a ship, are you on top of the hill of water?
Huh? You are on top of water. Yes, you are on top of the hill. Yes.
Clipcord, where you at, brother? We need this clip.
Only one short thing. There is no such thing like a hill of water in reality. That doesn't exist.
Well, Nico said it does.
only naturally cannot exist. I can agree it can exist somehow, but naturally cannot exist.
Yeah, I think I might be able to help you out, dude, if you allow me. And one second, Jim. If you look, you know how the train lines appear to converge. When you're looking down train lines, they seem to come together off in the distance. That's what happens. They're not actually coming together, though, are they? If we went down there, if we walked down there, they wouldn't be together. They'd be still in the same place. It's just that they appear. So it's perspective, isn't it? It's just perspective, that's all.
Yeah, and perspective, as you well mentioned it with the rail, they are gradually coming together. They don't cut at what moment and disappear. They're just gradually, and when your angular resolution gets too thin, you see only one point and you don't see it anymore.
Right, and then you pull out a telescope or some binoculars and then you can see it again. Why is that?
Yes.
Why is that? Why can you see the boat again?
Why you can see? Because the boat is hidden. The rail, if it's
hidden by the sphere edge. That's what you're saying. It's hidden by the sphere edge, the physical sphere edge.
Yes.
How can I pull out a pair of binoculars and see it again then?
No, you don't see the ship anymore.
Oh, well, you can if you get some optics.
Yes, we do. Do you want to see? Yes, we do.
Yeah, a real ship. Don't show me a little plastic boat.
Okay, I will.
Show me.
Can I show you small ship, not big one? Small is better because small, bigger you can see better. The small one you cannot see better. The small one you can see less. Is that true?
Yeah, but why you don't want to show big ship? Because you know
because
you will not whatever.
Isn't small one better? Example.
No, because small one can be easily in a refraction area just over water.
No, because if I see the big boat, that means the small one. I don't. It's not possibility to see the small one.
See, because it's angular resolution.
Yeah, does angular resolution working for small boats or for the big boats?
For both, they are working.
For both. That means that angular resolution is doing something that things going bottom up, that is disappearing bottom up.
No.
No.
No. Oh.
Can we demonstrate that angular resolution in every 3-time case doing that? You can do. I can do that. We can stand on some road, and I will go away from you. You know what will happen with my foot and legs?
If I go over a hill, you will not see me anymore. Whatever angular resolution you have.
Oh, is it that because of curve or because of angular resolution?
Because I will be behind the hill. You cannot see me through the hill.
We are on the road, straight road, and if I'm going away from you, should I disappear because of curvature or because of angular resolution?
If you a very small object, no, you will disappear first due to angular resolution before to be behind the curve.
Oh, really? That's the answer.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, and every object, big, small, will disappear on some distance, bottom up, every of them.
Yes, and that's the problem with flatters. Why only the bottom? What not all the buildings with the same distance?
I'm repeating you. Every object will disappear bottom up if you go away from it. Every big, small, whatever.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get that?
Right, let's take a minute, Shasta. Let's take a minute. We've got some errors and misunderstandings on the table. The perspective drop-off in the real world is not linear as an ideal perspective in art. It's actually hyperbolic as it proceeds into the distance and as it approaches zero in your field of view. So something high in your field of view is going to have more propagation angles than something lower in your field of view. Because it's not just a pure geometry relationship. You have the angular size of the object at that distance, and you have the place in which it is in your field of view, and the difference between the reception angles and the propagation angles, and how that interferes with each other as it approaches zero. Now, If you want to know more in depth about this, you can go watch free lectures from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, world-renowned university. You can watch lectures from their professors. I'm speaking, not you. Thank you. You can watch and learn about it. Okay, great, dude. I don't need you to say yeah in the middle of my sentence. Thanks.
Yeah. Bon.
Dude,
I will send the link. Send the link. Send the link to your to the text message to the MIT.
Anyway, the point is, it's well established in the physics of optics that as you approach 0 degrees, not a linear relationship. Dude, don't be saying yes every 5 seconds. It's fucking annoying. For goodness sakes, restrain yourself. Show some composure. Dude, you can't even stop for 1 second, bro. Just shut your mouth for like 5 seconds. How about that?
Interrupt me, Mr. Beta Man. Hold on.
Okay, so now that we know that, okay, anything that recedes towards 0 degrees in your field of view and goes away at distance, the bottom portion of it is going to have an increased loss over distance in the available resolution. So the bottom will be less resolvable than the top. And that's a fact. All right, you guys can continue.
Yes.
Yeah, we had it. Hang on, Nico. We had somebody that's a Glober that chimed in here. Chong in the text chat says that sounds like an appeal to authority. Tisk, tisk. To you, AI.
How about using him as a hostile witness?
Oh no, I didn't say because they said it, it's true. I said you can go there to learn about it. Therefore, it's not a fallacy.
Yeah.
If I say Walter Lewin says this, and therefore because he said it and he's an authority, it's true. That's a fallacy. But if I say he has lectures where you can learn about it and he will explain it and then you'll know about it, that's not. I'm not using that as the conclusion of my argument. So whoever chimed in is wrong.
That was Chong.
Oh,
yeah, but
okay.
Look, I don't even need. Look, check this out, friends. I don't even need a professor. It's obvious. You know triangles. You know the law of triangles. You know the amount of space that can fit in a certain amount of area is limited. So you can't fit everything into a small space. That's obvious. And the same goes for light. You can't fit all light into a small space. So the smaller available space you have in the differentiation between the propagation angles and the reception angles and your available angular resolution compared to your sensor, that should be enough to know that you're going to lose information as the angle approaches 0. If I need to send you to MIT for this, for you to figure it out, then you really need to retire from this argument and just sit back and listen instead of chiming in about this fallacy or that fallacy.
All right, so we got the panel right now. I just want to get everybody acclimated with where we're at. So far in this chat, we have 3 Globers in the chat, or anti-flat earthers, and however you want to look at that. We got on the anti-flat earth side, Nico de Hoot. He's the one currently speaking right now. Yeah, thank you. We also have Chong, who's in here, but he hasn't spoken up yet. He was recently in cognitive dissonance. I just got him out. So he's out of cognitive dissonance, and after a while, possibly he's going to chime in. And we also have Kosho, who's in the panel right now, who's of the Globert side. So we do have 3 people here that are proponents of the globe. After Nico has said what he said, maybe perhaps anybody else in here that wants to chime in. But currently, right now, I think Nico is on a point with the panel. So if the panel's responding to Nico, I guess finish that point up, and then maybe we can ask if somebody else wants to speak.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Nico. Thanks, Mayhem.
Yeah.
Nico, what makes a hill of water a hill of water? What is the science that makes it so?
A word you don't like, gravity.
Okay. That's one thing that Kosho and I might talk about on Saturday is gravity. So I'm not going to give Kosho my giveaway points on that one. Okay, Nico, is the horizon apparent or physical to you?
Mm-hmm.
Which one is it? Is it apparent or physical?
You see the visual horizon. It's apparent.
Okay, I want to get this right.
You don't touch it. You don't touch it.
Nico, you said you can see the physical horizon. It's apparent. Now, unfortunately, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have cake and pie. You got to choose between cake and pie, okay? Is the horizon apparent or is it physical?
Everything is apparent with what you see. Can I finish?
Please.
Well, it's an A or B. It's A or B, Nico. I know what you guys are trying to say. Well, it's physically there, and I'm also seeing it. I know you guys are trying to lump them into two. He's telling you it's either a physical location or it's an optical phenomenon. You have to pick one. It can't be both.
Okay. So I will say that it's a physical one. You can have the object on the horizon, and you will know this distance. You know physically where it is. So I will say physical.
So it's physical, but it can change every day according to atmospheric conditions above the water. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that makes it apparent. It cannot be physical because something physical you should be able to measure day to day. Correct?
Yes, and physically you can measure the refraction and know and verify that what you see is according to what the physics and the physical world tells you.
We're not measuring physical refraction. You're supposed to be measuring the physical geometric Earth curve.
Can you measure? Can you measure refraction, Nico? Can you actually measure refraction over water? Yes or no?
You can measure refraction. You have it also in special navigation. It will give you the formula to ponder your refraction due to the atmospheric condition.
Do you measure? Do you measure 7/6R or do you measure something else?
7/6R, yeah, more 119, not 116.
Hold on a second.
116 is more for the standard refraction at 1,1000 millibar and 10 degrees Celsius air.
Go ahead, AI. I'm sorry. I heard you. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I had to retap my mic. I'm speaking to Jim for Jim's benefit. He said that you can measure out to the horizon and know the distance to by the object. Right? If that's the case, the black horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles from the observer height, yet it's seen greater than 10 miles. That would mean that the oil rigs are actually only half a mile offshore.
Oh.
That's just for your ammo box there, Jim.
Thank you.
MIT.
See, the thing that gets me about globe earthers, whether they're anti-flat earthers, globers, or ballers, the thing that gets me. Is Nico still there? I think Nico left.
Yeah, he was punching into his ATM, but he forgot his mic was open, so he left.
Okay.
Spartans! What is your profession? The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Tiny Cactus.
Shout out to JBP. But sorry, Trace. We were just talking a little bit of gas pressure in the VC check-in, so I just wanted to pick up where we left off. Homie was asking what we believe. Thank you, Lucker. Tucker. But listen, Tiny, we don't have beliefs to offer you, but what we can offer you is like things that we can know, right? Like the second law of thermodynamics. So let me finish before you go. So as I was explaining, right, high pressure moves to low pressure. You need a container for gas pressure, period. So a dome is something very specific in shape. That's a very specific thing. So I don't know about that, but I do know that you have to have a container for gas pressure. It's an antecedent relationship. And the same way that if I plop down a nice filet mignon on your steak, no fakeness, no tofu, it's real beef. I don't have to show you the cow. I don't have to tell you how many spots it had. I don't need to tell you what farm it came from. You know automatically that came from a cow. It's an antecedent relationship. You don't get beef unless it came from a cow. Another example would be say like a banana. Like if I rolled up to a picnic, I got a bunch of slices of banana. I don't have to show you the peel. You already know it came from one. So this is the same. That's kind of what we're talking about. We don't know about the makeup of this quote container, but you can know that there has to be one based off of this antecedent relationship.
So okay, let me ask you a question then, buddy. So can we, by the way, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm assuming we're both grown adults. If, as an adult, when you have a conversation, the way in your tone is very belittling, okay? I'm just saying.
Earlier. Listen, if I say 1 + 1 is 2 or 1 + 1 is fucking 2, the information is the same. Don't worry about my tone or how I say it. It's the information that's the important part. So don't be feminine and be like, well, I didn't like the way you said it.
No, I'm not. That's what I mean. In your tone, it's not. You can say fucking. I don't care about that. But the way
my tone shouldn't even matter. It's about
okay,
sure,
buddy,
sure. You got an antecedent relationship and
sure, buddy.
The second law of thermodynamics. So
sure, buddy. Sure, I got that.
What you're doing is called tone policing. You're focusing on an emotion or resulting from a message.
Yeah, that's not what I did.
Emotion resulting from the message instead of the message itself, which is a discrediting tactic, and it's not appreciated.
No, I'm okay. Whatever. No.
Dude, so do you have a rebuttal for the antecedent relationship type thing?
He's saying I'm not gonna. I don't have a rebuttal because I've not been bothered doing research on that topic. That's not something I have on hand. I don't have a paper.
Take your time.
Here's the thing. Even if I found something, you'd most likely have done more research on that specific topic than I have. So therefore, probably I'm not gonna come. I don't think I'm gonna outwit you in that one. I can't. I'm not gonna argue from something I don't know about.
Tiny, it's not for me, brother. It's for you. Like if you're in a court case, right? If me and you were in court, I'm the plaintiff, you're the defendant. I'm not here to convince you. In fact, convincing you has nothing to do with anything. My job is to make my case for the jury and the judge, and your job is to do the exact same. You're not here for me, so don't worry about me. I'm not here to convince you or any of those things.
I'm not here for that either. I'm just saying I can't come with a rebuttal for something I don't have on hand. I can't read a whole paper right now. I don't have the resources for that.
Well, we can just rip the Band-Aid off and just tell you then, if you don't feel like going to look for what we're asking you, we'll just tell you point blank that there is no paper, there is no demonstration, there is no evidence of the claim that you can have gas pressure without a container, period.
Okay.
And if you don't want to hear it from me, I've got George. Who is this guy's name?
Your word is fine. Your word. I don't need to hear from an AI or whatever.
It's not AI, brother. I'm an actual scientist.
Okay, buddy. I'm gonna just take your word for it. Okay, I'm gonna take your word for it.
Okay.
So you know that there is something keeping around the quote-unquote Earth, correct?
Well, just like when I give you a steak, you know that came from a cow. So yes, so it's an antecedent relationship.
You know. Okay. So let me just ask you: stars, for example, are they outside or inside this?
Before I even became or learned any of this stuff, back when I used to believe what you believe right now, there was a quote I heard that said, "The greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars." So I didn't know what the stars are then, and I don't know what they are now. I don't know.
So
you don't know either. No. Hold on. I know the story just like you do. I know what we're all told. Okay, we all see the same thing, but the thing is, when your team when your Team Globe, they attach a bunch of stories to the things that we see. So I look up at the star, I look up in the sky and see stars, and the story that's attached to them is they're certain millions and trillions of miles away. They're big balls of burning something. Yeah, I know the story.
So you don't believe that, correct? Is that something you don't believe?
Hell
Or
no, I
I'm
don't
sorry.
believe that. Why? Because again, the claim is that they're a bunch of gas, right?
And
when you need a container for that. So yeah, that's a big problem.
I think you're okay. I'm not gonna say with certainty, but I'm pretty sure there's a difference between a gigantic mass of nuclear fission going on and you taking fart spray that you bought or fart gas that you bought from your local convenience. I don't think it's the same. That's not. But there's difference. I think the gravitational pull of that is going to keep it also. I don't think it's going to float away. I'm not going to say with certainty, but from my basic understanding of physics, I don't think the gas is the same way that works everywhere. It's not. Space is one big fucking vacuum almost. So I don't.
Well, you also need a container for a vacuum as well. So there's a lot of problems with the claim. The further you get out into outer space, you don't have to address the finer details. You can know that the whole claim of outer space is cap anyway, because you need a container for gas pressure.
Okay. So in a container, can things go out and not come in? Or if the opposite, can things come inside the container and not come, and things can't? So when you have it, and you know that there's a container, right?
Well, let me ask you this.
No, I'm asking a question, buddy. Here first.
You already asked it. I'm trying to answer.
No. Do you know that there's a container? Yes or no?
You already covered that. So let me just answer your question. You asked if things can go in and out. I would ask you this. We talked about earlier about the leaving out of outer space or leaving the universe. Can things go out of the universe?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Right. Well, where would they go to? Is there like an outside place outside of the universe?
I don't know. There might be. There might not be. It's not. I'm not a. This thing. There's nothing wrong with the answer not knowing. You shouldn't know everything. Not knowing is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's good. It's a good answer as well.
Sure, nothing wrong with that. I'd rather not know than make shit up. So sure.
Exactly.
But,
yeah.
From my understanding, there's no outside of the universe.
Yeah.
So how would things leave? That's kind of what I'm trying to point to you. Is like, you're asking, well, if things leave and come back, well, probably in your worldview, that's not possible. So I would say it's probably the same for my worldview. If it's contained and there's no leaving, there's nowhere to go.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So hypothetically, in your worldview, things like
hypothetically,
I just like saying that. I prefer. I know it's right. I just enjoy saying it. It just rolls off the tongue.
Okay. You made me laugh.
Things like asteroids. I don't have to prove the existence of an asteroid to you, know, right? They have entered the Earth. You've seen a fucking.
Whoa.
No, I mean, let me finish my sentence.
What do you mean you don't have to prove it?
Have you not seen a shooting star in your life before?
That's not what you just said. Though you said meteorites fall. Hit the ground or whatever. Asteroids. So what do you're like? Well, there's asteroids. I don't have to prove it. What do you mean you don't have to?
No. But can we? So do you not believe in the existence of a meteorite?
Have you seen one?
Have I seen a shooting star?
That's not the same thing.
Have I seen a meteorite inside a museum? Yes.
That's not the same thing, bro.
Have I seen one fall, then picked it up on my hands? No. Have you?
Yeah, me neither, bro. So that's so why are you saying like I don't have to prove it? Like you've never even seen one.
I've seen one. I've seen one physically in a museum.
Okay, that doesn't exactly mean that what you saw in the museum fell from the freaking sky, bro. Like
also, Tiny. I mean, I'm from London. You know, if you go to the Natural History Museum, you'll see a giant T-Rex there. Probably one of the first things you'll see, unless it's moved off somewhere else. Did you know that none of those bones are real? They're all prosthetic.
Swear down.
It's not a real T-Rex. So none of those bones you see on display are real.
Even if listen.
I'm convinced.
Well,
it's proof. You can just look it up. Simple proof.
Tiny, regardless of what you believe,
they're not hiding it.
They admit that they keep the quote real bones somewhere else.
Okay, so that doesn't matter to me. That's not what I'm talking about.
But what Jim is saying is actually true. Is that just because it's in a museum doesn't mean it is what they're saying it is. Okay? They're showing you a big T-Rex with bones. They didn't dig those bones up from the ground. They even admit that the real ones are over here somewhere. So, and also, you know, they claim they got moon rocks, and those are also in museum. Well, there's some people that tested those quote rocks, and guess what they turned out to be? Wood.
So it's petrified wood.
Yeah.
So which rock did they test? They went into the museum and they just said, "I'm going to take a piece of that meteorite."
The point is, just because you saw it in a museum doesn't mean it is what they're saying it is. You're like, well, I saw.
Okay.
I don't have to prove meteorites because they're in a museum.
Okay, so what do you think a shooting star is, for example? Then?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so it's just,
how would you know?
How would I know?
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. I acknowledge sometimes there are people who are smarter than me and do the research.
Who? What research? Let's not be vague. Like,
wait, I assume that an astrophysicist.
What people do, they're like, well, there's a bunch of big brain guys that figured out the answers. That's
listen,
like having imaginary friends.
I like to believe that an astrophysicist spent his time in university not going to act.
Who?
Let's just get hypothetical. I'm just gonna hypothetical.
You're hypothetically saying there's answers.
My cousin Mikey, he's an astrophysicist.
Okay, well that person doesn't exist. So that's what I'm trying to tell you.
How can you prove that though?
Well, this is your claim, so it'd be on you to prove it. The fuck?
I have a picture of my cousin Mikey on my phone.
It doesn't verify what you're saying about him.
But let me talk. So. My cousin Mikey.
The point is, listen, this is what people do. They say, well, I trust all the scientists. Well,
I said I trust my cousin Mikey.
Okay, well, you made that up after I pressed you for.
No, I didn't. I just gave you an example. I didn't think I needed an example beforehand.
Okay. Well, anyway, regardless, this is what people do. They say, well, I trust all the scientists. Well, if this was a court case, I'd be calling one of your witnesses to the stand. So let's call Mikey to the stand. What does Mikey got for us?
Mikey, should I call him on the phone right now?
A picture of him isn't really cutting it.
So you want to call Mikey? No, because Mike lives in a different time zone and he's asleep right now. I don't want to wake him up in the middle of the night.
Okay, well, this is...
Stop the cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you're not really making a case, bro. Like,
okay, let me ask you a question.
This guy that I just made up, that he has the.
Bro, it's my cousin Mikey. Bro, why did I make up my cousin?
Just chill out.
I'm chill. I'm perfectly calm.
What about this, Tiny? What about this? Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the most famous, astrophysicist, I think he's called, right? He claims multiple times. It's a funny video that I watched. He claims the Earth is spherical. He claims the Earth is now, 10 years later. He's like, oh, the Earth is more like a pear shape. What? What do you mean pear? What do you mean a pear? What do you think about that, Tiny? Scientists like claiming this one and that one.
Now, okay, what about this? Let me ask you a question, buddy. These scientists, right? Do they go to acting school?
Let's get an answer for the question first.
For my cousin Mikey?
No.
No. About the Neil deGrasse Tyson claiming the Earth looks like a sphere. When he claimed also it looks it's more of like a globe, spherical shape.
What the answer is? I don't know. He's a fucking moron. I don't know.
Maybe.
Why are they giving him a microphone to quote educate people? He's the quote scientist that you believe in. So why is he a moron all of a sudden now that we've called him to the stand?
I'm not saying he's a moron. That's his knowledge.
That's exactly what you just said.
Yeah, you just said he was a moron.
He might know things here and there, but when you do talking in front of a fucking microphone 24/7, that's your paid to do. You say, I'm gonna assume he tends to say a lot of shit.
He mistakenly said it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not. I haven't said that. I'm not. I can't read his fucking mind. Can I?
Bro,
when I read his mind, I don't have a fucking brain riser. Look, I'm gonna ask you, buddy. I'm gonna ask you a question.
People go globe whisperer real quick. They're like, "Oh, well, actually, what he meant was not what he said."
I don't know what the fuck he meant. I don't care. I can't read his mind.
Okay, well, he's the quote scientist, like Mike.
He said what he meant. Sure, I don't. It doesn't really matter. I don't.
What do you said you trust the scientist? Bro.
I trust my cousin Mikey. I don't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Why don't you trust Neil deGrasse Tyson? They give him a microphone. No one's ever heard of Mikey.
You know Mikey?
Who's Mikey?
I know Mikey. I know Mikey.
Who the fuck is that guy?
He's your cousin.
Exactly.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Now, can I ask a question? Did Mikey go through 6 years of university, or did he go through acting school?
Doesn't even exist.
No.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Let's assume Mikey doesn't exist. Right?
Let's not even worry about it. Let's stick to the topic at hand.
Let's not, let me ask you a
Let's
question.
move on from your cousin Mikey.
Okay, let me ask
How
you a
about
question. So these scientists, right? What are they? Let's just put them in a group. Let's just say scientists, right? I'm not giving a specific name. No.
I already explained. You guys do this all the time. Well, there's
You guys, is it just 'cause I'm black?
Yeah. Listen. This is getting old real quick, Tiny. You gotta reel it in a little bit. All right. The acting's getting pretty rough. But people do this all the time. Oh, I believe all the scientists. There's this vague entity, this shadowy group. Okay, well, who? Why do you believe in these imaginary people?
I didn't say I believe in him. I just have I even finished my have I finished my current sentence? I might have said that earlier.
You can barely even get a sentence out, my brother.
Because you keep interrupting me halfway. But sir, do you know that in order to have a big ball of gas, you have to have a container?
Unless you can show otherwise.
Yeah, but he's saying if I can finish a sentence, I might be able to get a bit more out. Okay. Now I speak really. So he's saying these. Let's just. So the quote unquote people they put in front of a microphone, do they go to? Yeah, just say these. Let's put them in a group. The people.
Why are you this? Look, listen. This is.
Let me finish my fucking sentence. Jesus Christ!
I know what you're trying to say.
What? Finish my sentence. Read my mind.
I got you guys act like you're about to get a Nobel Prize for repeating this.
I didn't say that. What did I say?
Repeated here. Listen.
And go ahead, say it.
No one cares about so you think they're all actors? No, well, like, dude, we're trying to address the actual evidence on the table, the claims on the table. So,
but I'm asking, what do they get paid to do?
Why does that matter?
Because if they're on the government payroll to do nothingness and just lie,
listen, that has nothing to do with anything. Let's actually address the claims on the table. The claims being one of them that you can have gas pressure without a container. It doesn't matter what any man says. It's about what can be demonstrated. So forget your scientists or whatever. That cannot be demonstrated. Period. It's a violation.
I want to like maybe talk about that actually. What do you think the sun is, Creation Bear?
Again, no. I already said this. No one knows. You don't know. Tiny doesn't know. No one in this panel knows. Nobody knows. Mikey doesn't know. Mikey doesn't exist.
But what if it is a gas? A bunch of gases in nuclear fusion.
That's not just automatically true because they say it. So how would...
Right. So then the conversation kind of ends there. Really?
Yeah,
if none of us know,
we try to get people to come back down to the ground because you know what you can do is test things here on the Earth. You can actually test the surface of the Earth. You can't go up to a shooting star and test that.
No, yeah, good point. We also can't, we also can't really create a star for testing. Like that would kind of ruin the whole solar system model.
No one knows what those things are. Okay, so that's why it's come back down to the ground, Tiny, Jim, and we can actually test things on the surface of the Earth here. That's what this is all about. Listen, this topic doesn't mean answers to all of life's mysteries. It's simply, what is the surface of the Earth doing? So Tiny, you gotta reel it in, bro. You're
reel it. No, but I'm just saying.
Listen, let me just have you do this, Tiny. Why don't you take 30 seconds, look around you, right? All the surfaces nearby. Are you inside right now or outside?
I'm actually currently in the woods, walking around the forest.
Yeah, so you're not gonna be on. Not gonna be here very long. If you can keep up the acting, but
I'm inside.
Regardless of where you are, look around you and let me know if you. So the surface is around you, right? I'm proposing that there's only two options here. I'll give you some examples. The mouse here in front of me is curved, right? It's got curvature to it. It's rounded. Right, the screen of my computer is flat. The back of it rounded. The table that this is on is flat. Okay, the cup here next to me is rounded. So I'm challenging you is there a third option here, or would you agree that is a true dichotomy?
I don't know.
Look around you. Take 30 seconds if you need it. Look around and see all the surfaces here. I've got surfaces that are flat and surfaces that are rounded or not flat. So do you see a third option?
Shit, a square?
That's a shape, bird brain. I'm talking about surfaces. Look, sure you can figure this out. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off because I don't think this guy's really here in good faith. There's only two options for surface description. It's either something can either be curved or it isn't. Period. There's no third option. So what we're saying is that the surface of the Earth can only be doing one of those two things. That's what the subject boils down to. The answer is newsflash. It's not curved.
What's not curved? The Earth?
The Earth.
And you saw that from what exactly?
Again, I'm trying to point. You didn't even take 30 seconds to look around your own surroundings.
I took.
Hold on. You didn't even look around you to understand that there is a dichotomy here. I don't have to, quote, see the whole thing to understand that the surface can only be doing one of two things.
And that is?
Again, we just covered this. It's either rounded or curved or it's not. Okay. So what you can do is go out to the field in reality and test the surface of the Earth to see which one of those two it's doing. Let me give you an example. Let's take a hood of a car. I imagine most hoods have curvature to them, right? Unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something.
Shit, I drive a 98 Mustang. Don't know the curve on that one.
Pretty sure it does. Actually, I'll get a picture. Fox body? Is that a Fox body?
I don't know what the fuck the English word is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
98. Let me get a 98 Mustang.
No, not a sedan. No, I missed a 68.
Let's hold you accountable.
Oh, 60. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought you.
90, 60. Jesus Christ, I'm at 90.
Yeah, but
60.
Hey, you're a bad actor, bro. Let's just.
Bro, I said 60. I didn't mean fucking. Look, English is not my first language, buddy.
Yeah, sure. You're a horrible actor. But anyway, we'll start with the 98 Mustang. If you look at the hood there, you see how it's got curvature to it?
Yeah.
I don't mean the 90, I mean the 60.
Okay, regardless.
Yeah.
You see the hood?
Sure. Is that even a fucking Mustang?
Even the 68 Mustang's got some curvature to it.
A little bit around the back. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a wee bit. All right, so let me just get a screenshot of the 68. Either way, you're being difficult. I don't know why you're being difficult, Tiny, but you can see that the hood has curvature. Yes.
There's a bit of curvature.
Okay,
slightly.
Great. Sure, of course. So let's take that hood, and let's blow it up to the size of a state or a country. Quite big, right? So if you wanted to test that surface to find out if it's curving, what we could do, say you had something like a laser, and you shine this laser over the surface of the hood. If there's any deviation whatsoever away from that laser, you automatically know it's curving, period. So that's what you can do in the field. You can look for this, quote, deviation of the Earth away from your straight edge. The point is, it can only be doing one of two things, right? It's either curved or it's not. So what we're telling you is that it's not curved, bro. And you can go into the field and conduct these tests on your own. I spent a month in San Diego doing long distance observations. People have done laser tests.
That sounds interesting. Now, when you went out,
there's no curvature, bro.
Can I ask you a question? When you went out to do those tests, you go out to prove that the Earth was flat, or just you didn't know? Which one was it? Did you want a genuine answer? Just want confirmation in what you already knew?
Hold on. We just went over how there's a dichotomy here.
I just asked you, but that has nothing to do with the fuck we just went over.
It absolutely does. So if you can focus and pay attention.
What was your motivation? What was your motivation going down there?
This isn't a psychoanalysis here.
I'm not doing a psychoanalysis. I'm asking.
What does it matter what the intentions were?
I just want. Yeah. I'm curious.
Tiny. Chill out. Chill out. This isn't a psychoanalysis. Oh, how do you think and what are your motivations? It's about what the surface of the Earth is doing. You only have two options, bro. That is what it is about. You can go into the field yourself and find out what it's doing. Not about my motivation or what I believe or what my favorite color is or any of those things. It's what is the surface of the Earth doing, this or that. It's only two options. Just like the hood of a car, it can only either be rounded or it's not.
Buddy.
So that's what we're trying to tell you. It doesn't matter what I think. It's about what the surface is doing.
But I think I'm not here to prove to you that the Earth is
Yeah,
round.
we know you're
Yeah,
in bad faith.
I'm
sir.
not in
using you
bad
as an
faith.
example at this
I'm here for
point.
shit. No, I'm not even in bad faith.
We're
I'm
using
just
you as
asking.
content,
Yeah,
so just
go
chill
ahead,
out.
go ahead, bro. I'm just asking. I don't.
You are in bad faith. You were
Sure,
telling me
you read my
yeah,
mind.
you were complaining about my tone earlier, and you're like, buddy. You're not here in good faith, so just chill out. We're just going to use you as an example at this point.
Ooh, God forbid, bro. You can have a conversation like a normal grown adult, can't you?
Yeah, it's kind of what I've been doing.
No, it's not. The way you can. You can just speak like you don't got to do all this, the whole bit or the act. Just speak like a normal fucking man. See,
Bro,
that's not how a grown adult acts, is it?
So just reel it in a bit, dog. Like we've been doing this, all right. We don't need you to lead the dance here.
I'm not saying lead the dance. I'm asking. You don't have to
don't know what
fucking
you're
wiggle
doing,
around.
So
I don't. I'm
that's
sure
why
you have
we're trying
people
to
coming.
point you to the. We're trying to point you to the. Listen, that's why I'm trying to give you an example. The surface of the Earth. Pay attention, bird brain. There's only two options here.
Swear down.
So that's it. You don't have to listen to what I say. Go into the field. Conduct your own tests.
But he's saying we both know I'm not gonna do that.
No, I did because that it's up to you. You're on your own journey.
Yeah,
Like
I'm not gonna do that.
Well, you can remain in your whatever you're at now, but
Sure.
I don't know why you wouldn't do that.
Because that'd be a waste of my time.
Why is that?
What the fuck would I gain from it?
Not being
The truth.
Yeah.
Proving your arguments.
And the truth from it.
I'm not, what argument did I
truth.
what argument did I make? I just asked a couple of questions. I didn't say the Earth. I just asked questions.
No, you already said your buddy Jim already threw you under the bus. Said you're a globetard, bro. So we already know what your position is.
You know my position, but what claim have I made?
You don't have to make the claim; it's already made for you. This
Sure,
isn't
but
BYOB where you bring your own claims. The claims
I
already
didn't say
on the table.
yeah, but I just had.
So what I'm
Buddy, I'm
telling
not
you,
here.
you don't
Hold on,
have
buddy.
to make the claim. It's already on the table. We've been addressing it the whole time. One, we talked about gas pressure. The claim is that you can have an open gas pressure with no container. We already discussed that. You didn't have to make that claim. It's already there for us to address. Same thing with water and the Earth. It's claimed to be curving. We're telling you that that's a dichotomy. It's either curving or it's not. And you can go into the field and test for that, and it's not there. So this isn't. You don't need to make the claim like. We're not waiting around for you to claim it's a globe. We already know what the claim is. So, what's up, Mickey? You wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I just want to see if the guy knows if the Earth is a globe or not, and that's the most interesting point right there. Do you know if it's a globe or not, for the gentleman?
Buddy, here's what I'm gonna say. Okay, if I can get a full sentence out there.
Can I get a yes or no? Can I get a yes or no on that? I don't know. Is that, you just told the guy.
I'm not gonna give you a yes or no. I'm not gonna give you a yes or no. You guys don't give me a yes or no. I'm not gonna give you a yes or no. I'm not gonna give you a yes
Yeah,
or no.
but here's the thing. You just finished telling the guy, "Can we just talk like men?" That's what I want to do. I want to talk to you like a man. I don't want to talk to you like some child or some rhetoric. I'm asking you a question. If you can give me a yes or no like a man would, that would be great. Can you do that?
I'll give you a yes or no. But you're gonna argue like your buddy over here going on fucking tangents.
I'm not even talking about what he's saying. I'm asking you a question, bro.
But if I come in here, right, and I ask a question, I don't get a yes or no. Why the fuck?
Why do we gotta talk? Why do we gotta go into like? Why can't you answer a question? Like people just want to know things. Yeah. Would you claim that you know that the Earth is a globe or not?
I'll give you a yes. I will say yes. Sure. There we go.
Okay.
I give you a yes or no.
All right. So the answer.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't know, but the answer that precedes would be if it's a yes, then how do you know it's a globe? Like that would be. People want to ask questions, right? I mean, like obviously.
But let me ask you a question, though, right? What do you?
Why are you not answering mine, bro?
What's your question? I
Going
didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
All right, so the question was, if you know that it's a globe, how do you know it's a globe?
How do I know it's a globe? Okay.
Yeah, if you know it is, like, how do you know it's a globe?
Sir, will you start with the fucking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire noises?
Feelings, bro. It's okay. You don't have to get triggered. So just answer the question.
Jesus Christ.
What
was the question?
How do you know it's a globe?
How do I know it's a globe? Look, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say, well, have you done your own research? I'm gonna say no. So she skipped that whole part.
No, I'm asking. I'm not talking. We're not talking about me, brother. We're talking about how do you know it's a globe?
How do I know it's the Earth? This shit I've been taught in school. You know that's what I'm gonna say.
I know, okay, that's what you've been taught at school. That's the generic answer, but like specifically, how do you know it's a globe?
How do I know?
Yeah, like if somebody was to question you on the street, be like, dude, how do you know it's a globe? What would you tell them? That's what I was taught in school, or I mean, like specifically, how? How do you know?
I'll probably call them a weirdo and walk away.
Well, that's an easy out for anyone not using their own mind. Like the thing, check this out, man. The thing we're trying to ask people, like everyone who comes in here, is how do they know, like that they know that it's exactly what you've been told.
Sure.
So we're asking this question because a lot of people take it for granted, the information that. So that's all I'm doing right now. I'm just asking you, like, if somebody was to question you on the specifics, how could you then demonstrate to someone that you know it's a globe? Like, what would you point it to? You know, like, it's easy to just call somebody an idiot and walk away. That's the easy out, man. Anyone can do that.
Yeah, but okay, can I ask you a question then? Because your buddy really doesn't want to do fuck yes or no question.
You
Bro,
answer the question before you just move on randomly.
I'm not talking to you, buddy.
Well, I'm talking to you, and again, you don't lead the dance here. You're not.
I'm not gonna say I lead the dance. There's a conversation. Your conversation.
Do what you're told, basically.
I'll do what I'm told, bro. It's a conversation. I don't think. Do you understand how basic social interactions work?
You don't, clearly.
Clearly, I don't. Yeah. It says the guy with high functioning autism.
Yeah, bro. You can do what you're told.
All right. So like, just right back to yeah, back to listen, man. Like, yeah, thanks for the additives, guys. But like, I just want to get the guy to tell me how specifically, if he was asked on the street how he knows it's a globe, without telling the person they're an idiot, specify to me how you know it's a globe specifically.
How would I don't think I'll be able to on the spot.
So you don't know, right? Would that be the answer? You don't know?
I wouldn't say that's a no, don't know. I just said I wouldn't be able to give a fucking answer.
Well, then that would be I don't know, right?
So let's go for I don't know.
Okay, well then the answer would be I don't know, and then the guy would be like, okay, well I thought you said you knew, because in the very first instance when I asked you the question, do you know it's a globe? You said yes. So now the next question is how do you know it's a globe? And you said I don't know. So do you see what I'm trying to get you to see here is that most people, not just you, sir, most people will answer the same way. They'll answer it because they think that they already have in their mind that it's already a globe because everybody believes it is. It's kind of like a blind faith belief. You don't know that it's a blind faith because you've been taught, like in school, how to believe. So basically, the answer right now should have been preceded by something very simple. Like, I mean, if it's a ball, there should be some geometry to it, right? Like you'll be able to measure it and all kinds of stuff with it. But like right now, it seems like people struggle with, not just you, but everybody that I asked this question to, they struggle with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know you.
I just want you to identify that, man. It's not just you; it's everyone that asks this question, because the school systems are not designed to like give people ways how to answer this. They just tell you like blindly say like, yeah, just you should like make fun of somebody that asks you that question instead of being like, oh, you know what?
This is a really good one. This question. This is a really good question to place to somebody. How do you know that?
Would you let Jermaine over here finish? This is the first time somebody here.
Relax, you're a guest here, so just chill out.
I don't know who's chiming in right now, like the other guy, but yeah, I just want the guy to know, like, it seems like when people come into the server, and I know what it feels like, okay, because a lot of people come in here and it feels like, you know, you got to be like on a defense stuff. It's not that, man. Trust me. A lot of people that come in here, they get put this way, but it's everybody, man. Everybody gets asked this question, and a lot of people, they really don't know, and that's all right. Like I wouldn't call anybody idiot or stupid or because they don't know. What I would say is you're being honest. Like if you're being genuine, like you're like, shit, I don't know, like obviously, but yeah, it's just.
I can vouch for him, Mayhem. He's being genuine. He's here in good faith. He's not trying to.
Jim, just
be honest, Jim. He's not. So
okay.
Jim, just. Oh, he's like, buddy. I appreciate, bro. Not gonna lie, I appreciate your fucking tone. I like the way you talk. I want to, yeah, bro. Not gonna lie, bro. You seem like 100% a cool fucking dude. Your buddy over here, not that much, but like, it's a thing. See, that's what I mean. It's kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of weird.
All right, so like, what would you think would be wrong with that? Like, if I ask anybody else, because honestly, I want you to stick around. Because if you stick around, then you'll hear me ask the question to other people, and then you'll hear how they respond.
Bro, here's the thing. The thing is, right? You guys, I'm gonna assume you've done a shit ton of research on this topic, right?
You could say that, yeah.
We're here.
Bro, is your name Mayhem?
Again, you're a guest here. This is an open panel. People can speak. So
Sure. No, but he's saying a lot of people, including me, don't do research on this because it's not something most people think. Okay, this is something I need to do research on because it's like do you do research? Like so in most people's mind, that's a very basic thing that doesn't need more research that is already done. You follow?
Yeah.
Or it sounds
So,
like yeah.
So would you say that other people have figured this out? Like, let's say an astrophysicist or a scientist, somebody that you could probably say that has answers that you don't have. Would you say that?
I was probably if an astrophysicist came and said some shit, I would not argue with them. The same way, if a historian came along,
you just did. Hold on, you just did. Your friend Jim presented you an astrophysicist saying the Earth was a pear.
yeah.
He's a moron.
But buddy, I'm gonna lie. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with. I didn't really have it. That
You're saying doesn't match what you just said.
Yeah, I was kind of bullshitting with you.
Contradicting yourself.
Yeah, I was kind of bullshitting with you. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with Mayhem, where he sounds like a genuine human being for once.
I'm being as genuine as I possibly can.
You seem very.
I don't know, 10 minutes in a genuine way. So you just now said that you would listen to the astrophysicist. Jim presented you what the astrophysicist said, and you called him a moron and said he was wrong.
I said I don't know. He might be a fucking moron. I don't know.
So which is it then?
I don't, buddy. Can I talk to Mayhem for a second?
No, this is an open panel. I'm going to say what I want to say.
Yeah, you can say, but I would prefer to talk to Mayhem if that's okay with you. Aww. Can I talk to Mayhem?
No. You can
I can't? So are you better than Mayhem?
That's nothing to do with it. You claim that you trust the astrophysicists if they said something, but earlier you said you.
I would have more trust. I have more trust. I said look, when Neil deGrasse Tyson said some shit, buddy, stop the fucking sound effect. What the fuck is he using sound effects? Jesus Christ.
Triggered, bro. Relax.
It's just fucking weird. No, but buddy.
I just caught you in a contradiction. That's all. So
shit, swear down. Okay, you got me. My whole shit is done.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, can we move on from that?
Yeah. What I was gonna say is sorry.
Man, what the fuck? Man, where the fuck did you? What was you saying, man?
Yeah, I'm talking about like the people that come in here. They usually say that they know, and then when they're pointed out that they don't know, they usually defer to like a scientist or an astrophysicist or somebody that they think is more educated, right? Yeah. But then I would proceed to say that if we were to show you people that actually would claim that they are an astrophysicist that come in here, and I ask them the same questions, and then they would say, like, in my experience, there isn't any answer to that question, or there's no way that we could directly know that. Like, there's like, they would say something like in the way of it's a whole bunch of little pieces of information that you put together like a puzzle piece that makes up what the Earth is as a globe. Like those kind of answers, like if I was to tell you that's what they respond, wouldn't you think that's a bit suspicious? Instead of them saying like, no, there's some way we can just go out and test for this, like, and this is how. I think to me, if somebody was to rely on like let's say an astrophysicist or someone like in the education field, I think that they should be able to have those answers provided, like to you and to me and to everybody. At least they owe us that much, right? If we rely on them for that information, if we say, you know what, well, I'm not going to spend my time looking at every single little piece of information. At least somebody knows what they're talking about. But if we were to bring those guys who supposedly know what they're supposed to be talking about in this server, and they don't have that answer, I think that's a bit suspicious, don't you think? Like, but you wouldn't question like, well, shit. I mean, I was deferring to this guy.
Do you mind if I interject real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hell no.
Well, hell no. Well, thank you for letting me interject. You said people that know what they're talking about, right? Would you agree that like pilots know what they're talking about?
Depends on
they're in the sky all day, right?
Yeah, but what is the context?
My point I'm trying to make is, if you go to a lot of pilots and ask them, do you think the Earth is flat or round? And they said, from my perspective, I see the Earth is flat. They're not claiming the Earth is flat. They're not claiming the Earth is a globe. But from their perspective, it's clearly flat. And they fly around maybe 50 hours a week. They have more knowledge of the globe than we do, right?
Okay, so you're telling me like there's people with experience of flying over the Earth or getting on a boat and navigating across the surface of the water. Anybody doing that would have some type of knowledge of the Earth, whatever the Earth is. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Well, I'm not arguing you. I was agreeing with you. You know, in
I
terms
know,
of
but I'm asking you some follow-up questions. And would you then say that because they're traveling over the surface of the Earth, then they would have some knowledge that the Earth is whatever, if it's a shape or if it's not a shape, they would be able to tell
exactly,
you.
exactly, Mayhem. What I actually say is they never dip. They never dip to curvature ever. They just go in. They fly in a straight line.
My question to you would be, why do they have more knowledge of the globe than us? Because they fly in the sky?
No. That's not my claim. I said that at the beginning. It's perspective. They won't claim whether it's flat or round, the whole Earth.
No, I'm trying to
but from their perspective of their job, they only say, we perceive the Earth as flat. That's the way they claim it.
I heard you say
Yeah,
that.
so
I'm trying to address something else. You said.
Would you
What did I say? Because I'm pretty sure what I said was through perspective.
Hang on. Let me look at it this way, right? Let's say we have a court case here, and these guys have evidence because they're pilots and they're sailors and all that. They come into court and we're like, okay, so we need some evidence that the Earth is a globe, and then you hear the testimony. They're like, oh, check this out. I've been flying for American Airlines for over 20 years, and from my perspective, the Earth is a globe. Do you think that but just check this out. Do you think that what they say would carry any weight in a courtroom because they just said, okay, well, because I've been a pilot for 20 years, that when I say that the Earth I'm flying over a globe, that you're going to have to take my testimony as evidence?
Mayhem, I said the complete opposite.
I understand that, but what I'm asking you is, I heard what you said, but what I'm telling you is that if somebody came in there and said that, because there are people that do say that, by the way. So if there are people that say that, would you consider that as evidence?
No, and by the way, I've never heard a pilot claim the Earth is a globe just because of his experience.
Yeah, you haven't met the ones that I've talked to. Anyway.
Oh, really? Okay, sorry.
I'm dead serious. I would check this out. So if somebody does say, like what the pilots have you heard, that the Earth perspectively looks flat from wherever they're flying it, they're playing, then would you then do the same as you did with the pilot who said that it's a globe, accept that as evidence?
No.
So we don't accept that the people who are flying planes, either they see it as in their perspective as flat or a globe, and we don't accept that as evidence then, correct?
I agree.
Okay. We're on the same page then.
But the point I was trying to the point I was trying to I was interjecting for a reason to maybe argue with Tiny a little bit. Is he still here? Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I don't know.
So the point, Tiny, is no one really has proof whether it's a globe. Not even pilots.
Well, I wouldn't phrase it that way. But listen, I don't know what level is this gentleman that's speaking right now. I don't know if he's brand new to the server.
No, I'm not brand new. I mean, I joined back recently, but I'm not brand new. No.
All right. What I would say is then, sir, I don't know who you are right now at the moment. I haven't got to know you, but there is a lot that you need to learn from this specific group. And I don't mean that in a demeaning way. I would mean that in a way.
No, I understand.
We do a lot of kind of teaching on how to deal with conversations and such. So if you're not in the forefront or taking point, I would say just please put yourself on mute, because what happens is I'm going to have to go against some of the points you made. And I didn't want to do that just to put, so you can have egg on your face, because I do think that everybody's a part of the server is dear to me. I want you guys to actually learn how to do these arguments. So if you can, just mute yourself for a moment, while I have a conversation with this gentleman. But I would also like to point out that there is actual evidence that the Earth is not curving. 100%. You can know that it's not a globe, and it does not have any convexity to it. 100%. You can know. So, going back to the point where I was showing the gentleman, and I forgot your name, so Tiny, I think that's your name, that a lot of people come into this server with the idea that they think that the Earth is a globe, and I ask them the same questions. Do you know? And they would say, yeah, sure. But when I ask them, how do you know specifically? They would say the same thing you did. Well, I really don't know. And then defer to, let's say, somebody in the academic fields. The astrophysicist or the cosmologist or my teacher, my professor, whoever knows, and I don't know because I haven't been studying that. That's the same. It's like a generic answer, basically. We hear that. It's pretty common. All right, so what I'm trying to do right now is for you to engage with this conversation in a way that probably gets your mind to think a little bit, right? That's all. Not trying to demean anyone in any way, but I really want you guys to focus on what's being said here. So the gentleman came in here with the knowledge of thinking, yeah, of course. I would just, if somebody was to ask me on the street, how do I know the Earth is a globe? I would tell them, you're an idiot, and walk away. Do you honestly think that critically thinking humans can approach each other that way? Or can we be civil and say, well, let's reason with each other. How do we know the Earth's a globe? Let's figure this out. Which is kind of the way I think the approach should be if anybody's inquiring. Like, if we don't know the answer should be, honestly, I don't know. But if we do know the answer, let's give it to them, right? And that's all I'm saying. If you say, yes, I know the Earth's a globe, well, give me the answer. Tell me how it's a globe, specifically. How do you know? So it's basically just kind of giving you guys a bit of education of how to approach this topic, because a lot of people have never been asked the question, because it's almost like, well, we learned that back in 3rd grade when the teacher told us to turn to page 42, and we looked at the solar system and saw that we were a planet floating around in the vacuum of space. So a lot of people think, well, yeah, it's just a foregone conclusion. It's not something I need to re-examine, which is what we're doing here. We're actually taking a closer look at the information and see if anything can match up to going and testing the Earth and so forth. So what I want to do is I want to get you guys to start thinking a little bit. If you haven't done this before, it's a good exercise, right? So the question that I would start asking the whole room, and I don't know how many Globers or people who think the Earth is a globe is in here, but I would ask everybody in here the same question, right? The question is, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Somebody's mic is scratchy. Can you please put yourself on mute, please? Somebody's mic is really scratchy.
It's the bad faith actor you're trying to talk to right now. He's not really actually listening.
There's somebody scratching their mic and moving around, so can you please mute your mic, please? Locally mute. I'll have the moderator mute you either way, but you will get muted. Please. Thank you. All right, so what it is the question that actually is going to get you to start to think about the answers, right? So the first question is, how do we know, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? And so the question is specifically about the geometry of the Earth. The geometry of the Earth is said to be an oblate spheroid. And if that is true, then anywhere we go on the surface of the Earth, it should measure per the 8 inches per mile squared, as the values of the Earth are said to be radius, diameter, circumference, with the radius value of 3959, the circumference at 24,901 miles, and the diameter is half that. So we have to understand that if we're getting the math already, if we have values, then we know the size of the Earth, which means that because we have math and geometry, we're able to now define this surface of the Earth. We can know by what rate the curvature starts to descend or drop, at what rate it drops. So on the surface of the Earth, because it's tangible, right? You're standing on it. It's able to be measured. So now we need to move off into the field, which is what CB was actually implying there. He's like, well, now let's go out into the field and test it. Because a lot of people don't want to do that, and it's as simple as going outside. If there is to be a drop rate over a distance, well, we don't want to really do it over land because we got land topography. As you may or may not know, there's hills and valleys, right? There's dips, and there's, there's a bit of, different elevations to this Earth because of the Earth itself. So what we need to do is go to water. Water on the surface of the water, it's pretty level. Because as you can tell, and I'll give you a little something so you can test it out, right? If you hold a bottle of water, right, in your hand, and you turn that bottle of water in any direction, the surface of that water inside of that bottle holds its rigidity in space. That means that the surface of that water inside of that bottle always remains flat and level to the surface of the ground that you're standing on. And you can manipulate the container in any direction, and it will always remain flat and level to the ground that it's directly parallel to. So the surface of the water in that bottle, any way you manipulate that container, will always remain flat and level to the ground. Therefore, if that is true, then water would be the perfect thing to measure over, because it holds rigidity in space and is always flat level to the ground. Therefore, if we're going to do any measurements, it should be over water, because that is the flattest surface on Earth that we can measure over long distances without any land topography to get in the way of our measurements. So, therefore, let us go out into the field. Let us do some tests over water, over many miles, let's say, and see if there's any drop rate over distance. Because the consequent of the Earth being an oblate spheroid would mean that the surface has curvature and we couldn't measure it. Just like we would if we had a sphere in our hands, like a basketball. We'd be able to measure from point A to point B on any part of that basketball, surface curvature. With the same idea, we'd go out into the field and do the very same thing. We'd be able to measure a drop rate over distance. So if we're from point A to point B, from point of origin to target, we'd be able to measure curvature. And we'd find the sagittale, the hump of Earth curve, in between point A to point B. As simple as that. There would be no distinction of us saying that, we can't find it, because a measurement is just that. It's measuring from point A to point B how much drop rate there would be, and then we'd be able to figure it out. So the question now is, that's the very first question I'm asking you guys to think about. Has anybody ever done this? Ever in history or in recent times? Does this make any sense to you guys? If you're thinking that the Earth is a globe, what I just asked right now, has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance?
Hell no!
Yo, Mickey, both of them, one of them left the server, and the one you were talking to left the server. He was the one with the scratchy mic, not even listening. And then Jim left the call.
These guys are all crying about their injuries. They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
They were both just horrible actors anyway. I mean, I don't know if you guys could tell, but they were terrible actors.
Kind of sound like they were on something too.
Yeah, well, they came in holding hands, and one of them pretended to be the flat earther, and the other one was the troll. Bro, that was just, I think they got exposed.
He's like, there's no way. He's like, there's no way to tell if the Earth is flat or... what are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, well, and he's like, well, the pilots know more about it than anyone. What? Why would they? You're just saying shit, bro. Like, you're just...
Yeah, he's just saying... Oh, well, at least the audience heard.
Yeah, right. Now the audience definitely... Somebody in the chat right now, I just believe what major scientists tell me, bro. That's what this is the thing I'm trying to help them understand, is that they're not telling you anything. You've imagined this entity. You've imagined people saying things to you. You don't. If I were to ask you who is telling you what specifically, that they wouldn't be able to say who it is or what exactly they're saying. So that these guys have imaginary friends. They're imagining a vague entity, a shadowy group of people that have the answers. That doesn't exist.
I'm telling you, man, it all has to do with a culmination of many different things that attacks the mind. There's a bad diet, bad water, bad air, like everything. It all just like erodes the mind. Like everything's just like it puts you in a bad state, man. It really does. Like if you're not in alignment with your health and with your mind, like one's like a domino effect affects the other. Especially if your spirit is not calm, and stirred up. And there's many other factors, like being on medication and just different things. It's hard to stay focused. And you're just not able to come in here and have a conversation. There's no way. No, there's no way to reason with somebody like that. Such as it is, I mean, we're just going to have to keep it moving, I guess. We always hope, don't we, guys?
Yeah,
Always hope.
I feel like, you put your best foot forward.